You're welcome. Find a place to sit down. Yesterday we had this opening right here too, as well as open and available for the children. If you want to come sit down right up in front, that is going to be perfectly fine. Astamik, pik. But before we go any further, I'm going to hand the microphone over to Okimau Lewis for opening remarks. Kapmatamska koao, wiego kapiksko.
Pitamagim atamskat noga kyu. Himiugis siak kiabetskis kaupisam. Miunago up muhti on igom gapm suugitamak. Tupamatuuni tihisi. Utaksi mstahe tuputsagano. Himiuasik mamu upun. Anu taseminigom mispoksimuak. Magutaksi hibn nuhtipaya kay muyuhtakohtita piek moderator pagi elders og kagi mamskutsigitsig. Igonyo mstahigi goy estamagustiga mamskuta pieki goy ni nieman gap pagamskawan niso ignesen pagamsinen utoho mamigonastot gap puskaman. Kami nakihtiyo puunik. Pagisumoga magi mapskuisumoyan. Ega pihtaoga magi umin. So niso yagni pagamsinen. Et miso apahtamak. Saatsa kap mutisi painio kap nantuhtoaya kuk kiroma tansigisto oga kip missituska kuma. Tagap maya. Ega wassagoge. Et nanaskumoya. Managap ntakuhti tsigota. Kun niku gimana nstuhtamaan kaguit mayatsig higuk mstegi goi migato mamu upun hip mis mamsiak hip mamsiak uspogan kap may tuistamagoya kikuhtsa kiapetskap maya kutagiano kihtieg skihtinan uspogan it natamagoya pitsnaway kapiikum iguma Poksimon minip maya ki uskaya go gap nataguhtiitsig. Kitahtoyo te uisto kani poutsiko muuta niga niunik. Ja kun negange kanstuka kunstuhtahkik uisto au. Hansika viip missuhkaa post. Igumma. Nuhtiep mamskutama mina. The sun is shining. The sun was eluded with the treaties of Samotsik, as long as the sun shines, everything grows. Kispine, we don't have a sun, nothing would grow. So that's when the treaties would cease. As long as the water flows, if the water quit flowing, in terms of our woman, and that's what's given birth to water could flow and everything ceased to exist. As long as the green grass grows, kispin kapuno pig grass kapuno pig iksigakyu iksipohtimagak. Egominoma uikas kap may sigatig. Ego gibin sa suokimagak. Kiam ko apahtamanasku concrete ip mapi datsu pagikot ip sakki egunyo kanagatawiita magigo gisuki magak. Sweetgrass has a lot of power. What I'm talking about has a lot of power. Maga for the young people, Mr. I'd like to talk to you about the balance, maintaining a balance between the Western worldview, Hiwakiano, our own view as Nihiok nation. I still thank my dad for shedding that light when he said son, you need to find a balance in life. Go for your education. And then go for to continue the work that I'm doing, because my dad was a pipe carrier, loudskeeper. So that's the powerful balance that I have now, may God's. I have an understanding of the Western worldview in terms of having degrees on one side, and on the most importantly, on the other hand, our ceremonies, our pipe, Yukumuma. If anybody has those qualities, Yagamama, that's so powerful. But once you maintain that balance, try and keep that balance foremost. Your language is very important. Kispin, with the absence of that language, you can lift up that pipe and use Cree version. Moy kamiwas, and it won't go as far as that ceiling. You go magaito, and that's, we are very powerful. Kanstutamak. So those are my words of encouragement. And also learn treaty. Learn treaty. Learn the difference between our inherent rights and our treaty rights. Like I said yesterday, our inherent right existed prior to European arrival. They are still here, our inherent rights. Learn. You kick skitino in the world of academics, you're smart. Go on the website, for example. Look at all the bills that are being passed by Ottawa. All the bills. Every one of those bills are impacting our treaty rights. So, Nina, as Oni Lake leadership, we opposed all the legislation. It's on record. I'll give you an example of how they try and weaken and domesticate our language. I talked about that. Our language has a spirit. And Bill C-91 is the one that they passed in Ottawa. What does it mean? Bill C-91 stands to domesticate our language. They're going to legislate our language. See, these are things. They've been doing this from day one, from the get-go. Rather than implementing treaty, they implemented the Indian Act, which is the total opposite. Regina mentioned yesterday of some of the things that are trapped in there. Our citizenship is trapped in there. We go in a taxation, tax immunity is trapped in there. Most importantly is our land. Section 9124, like Regina talked about yesterday, protects our land. And most recently, Bill C-51, that's UNDRIP. And they passed that also, and we went against that too. Because UNDRIP is, in short, is a preparation of them repealing the Indian Act altogether. Sure, Indian Act has done us a lot of harm, but we need to remember we still have to protect those, especially those three critical things that I mentioned. All these bills, Land Management Act, Bill 87. Land Management Act refers to fee simple lands. Are reserves to be created into fee simple lands where we as leadership under that system can go mortgage the land to operate, to pay our member, to pay our staff. We'll have that capability under that system. But guess what? A lot of poorer nations, if they mortgage their land, how can they pay for that land back? So that land belongs to the bank now. The bank can sell it to anybody. Hikumuma. That's the status of fee simple lands. I farm this, for an example. I farm those lands without having to pay anything. Magego, under that system, I'm going to have to pay taxes to the leadership. I'll be taxed on those lands if I only use them. Healthcare. I can go on and on, but it's important what I'm talking about. The under health, my gods, is one of the things that they're working on. FNI's Bima, they used to be there as a standalone, but now they kind of put it under ISK. ISK is a funder. It's the funding agency that funds us, our programs. They're working towards transferring everything to the provinces. No treaties attached to the provinces. Guess what? Those that do the province, we have to go to the province, but we have to pay for the medicine now. So how are we dealing with that in Onion Lake? We negotiated with the government. We told them, we're not going to be signing that health agreement anymore. We know where it's taken us. We want to negotiate our own. There's tables right across Canada that have been set. They're called co-development tables. All our nations, some of our nations are involved in that process. That's the government process. And we said we're not going to go there. We negotiated with the feds to create a table outside of their framework. It wasn't easy, it was hard. It took us 8 years to come up with an interim health agreement, which we signed in December, last December. That means that they had given up. They're always trying to force us and coerce us back into their framework, but we say no. But once we signed that agreement, that means that they pretty well gave up now. They're no longer trying to force us in that direction, but we created that table, that health table. Now we're working on a true treaty health-based agreement. How does it look like under treaty? It'll be based on their needs, not on their policy. Because their policy don't work, because you know what, that's why we're struggling. There's a large gap there, sort of funding shortage. And they'll never catch up. So that's why I'm happy that the students are here, that they understand what's coming down the pipe. And these gatherings occur with our ceremonies foremost. What they did here 149 years ago, our ceremonial people met for days, I don't know how many days, prior to, they got help. Those sweat lodges in the back, that's what they did, their ceremonies. Our grandfathers went into that sweat and gave them help. Just like the Sun Spirit went in there and said, use me. Treaties will never end. Use me. The thunder, bacon. Sinapio sa niyo tagapid. This is my Sundance Lots rock. Yapat si Hickman. I take it to these treaty meetings because that rock is so powerful. It's so powerful because it's part of our pipe. These are things that young people needs to know. I know what I'm saying could be overwhelming, but we depend on you, Kiawao, to step up to the plate. I'm sorry for taking too much time on this, but this is very critical. Now this is a real opportune time to address the students. There's a lot that I can talk about. Maga, I look forward to that treaty, to that elders forum, because I've got some real recommendations that I'd like to put on the floor in terms for the elders to consider. I thank the leaders that came here again to support this gathering. Mr. Higam, I thank the elders for the pipe ceremony that they did. At noon roughly, I think they'll be unraveling that pipe stem. It was about 3 or 4 years ago when we last unraveled that new print, and I remember my uncle Drever was sitting there the last time I remembered, Mervyn Drever. So these are the people that were very instrumental in how to handle that sacred bundle. They're gone now. And it's up to us now to try and figure out, how do we deal with this? How do we do it? Good thing that the keeper is going to be here and he'll be guiding us. Mageksin binanas ko mo yan. Let's have a good day of discussions. Ay hay.
Ay hay Ogemaw. Watak si Kikuya, no, we tried to have the elders forum yesterday, and we kind of held it back because we had wanted Eric Tutusas to help facilitate the elders forum. Magamots moya hutsumiupayo had never worked out the way we had wanted, so we kind of moved the elders forum to this morning. And having said that, kiwao uskapeo sagase ki pamoteo man they were kiwao tatuka ki mamigo e gustemao. Those of you elders who had been handed and given tobacco, if we can ask you to come and sit in the front over here, nigan peay apik, astamik, come on over, come and sit down. We are going to have that elders forum. Astamik. Awasak, Astamik, come and sit in the front over here. The younger ones that were sitting out in the sun right there. Astamik, Peyapik. Yeah, just around the table. The children will have a first-hand view of the elders talking this morning. Today is a very significant day, September 9th. I kind of mentioned that during the grand entry. It's been 149 years since treaty was signed here. And Ogemaw Lewis was talking about how it didn't just happen in one day. How all the chiefs, Kayas, the leaders of the different tribes that had come together to come and have a ceremony. And those ceremonies obviously took days. Moiga Giwitenan, it only took 4 days or 5 days. No, we can't say that because we don't know how many different people had shown up XP in terms of leaderships. Ogemawak. Just as another side note that I thought I would throw out there with you today again, like yesterday, we have the 7th Generation podcast studio that is up and running, And I thank the guys for being here. Usually, masnegesis, we have somebody to take notes as to what's going on and what's being said. But today, using technology, we have the seventh generation and their media to rely on. So everything that's being said here becomes documented. Kasketami that your words are going to be kapetakik, not only tomorrow but into the next day too as well. When I got home yesterday, at home in Frog Lake, I decided I'm gonna matis no intunto apengan, and sure enough, I went on YouTube and I found the seventh generation, and I watched the whole meeting all over again. And my wife looked at me and said, "You just came from that meeting. You heard all this stuff already." And I said, "I know, but I wanna listen to it again," especially when Regina was talking. So it's good, and so seventh generation, thank you very much for being here too as well. We have pretty well all of our elders that had been given tobacco, and if even if you hadn't been given tobacco, come on over, come and sit down, come and participate. Open scare. If you weren't given tobacco, we'll have our Oscapios come and give you tobacco. Beaya pick. Martin, o tegen to em gon tapepin. So this is a real good opportunity for our students that are sitting up in front here. You know, it's not very often where we can get all this knowledge. If you put all the years of knowledge here together, I don't know how many years we would have. Definitely over 300 years of knowledge, maybe even more. And so this is a good chance for you guys to just to sit and listen. A lot of our elders have a hard time speaking English, but I'm sure they will try in a way that you will be able to understand. So nantutamok, listen, use your listening skills too as well. And the information that you're going to hear here today is going to be really, really valuable for you guys. So, did we discuss who was going to facilitate this? Leon. I think one of the things that I would add onto this is the discussion. And kiwao, kitse, whatever it is that you guys think is important, and not only for them too as well, but everybody else who is listening. Kiwep maite tamega tagi atsimo. So squats, it's an open meeting. Ekseke switamat nan. Ego kiwap maok minogo sky ego tagap mayap tsiktawae. Ego nawe minanete. Wisto minata kigoe data mega tagi mstagi tek that tagi kakiwetatsik. Pagatsuma mukakiweta oetse. So the discussion will be open. Leon?
Okay, thank you, Vern. I guess one of the important things is that we all kind of oversee is always the guidance of our knowledge keepers that are sitting around here amongst us. It's important that the work that we do in a treaty governance office as technicians, we need that guidance. Also, leadership at times need that guidance at some point in time. And sometimes, and when you see these young children here, the important work that needs to be done in protecting our treaty and inherent rights is always we're looking at the future for these children that are here. So one of the things that Regina talked about and Chief Henry Lewis talked about yesterday was protecting and preserving our language. All you young children that are here, you need to learn and understand your language and your culture, because without it, we won't be treating you no more. So I guess just to kind of give you a dialogue here, Chief here has one issue that he wants to discuss, so I'll give him the mic. Thank you for listening to me.
No ako maganti. 149 years ago, kikoy yetog, itas kon yu ugagisamog. 149 years ago, there's a lot of powerful knowledge keepers in terms of their knowledge that they had. And go and fast forward today. Iko mo sitagano temam skutaman. Kakyo gexkitin na no gite gib na no tipaya iskun gana kakip mapia. In every First Nations, we are at the danger point now. You know that we are losing the elders that had led our ceremonies, and up to today now, there's only a handful. Even within this nation, Nistananmin, we had lots of ceremonial people, knowledge keepers. Now they're all gone. Miwas Nistanan were in a danger point. Ego mo manuti mam kamam skuta mig tans kikitutamak. Tans kakitutamak. Tapoy atit kapuak uskayag magamuy uskayag agito ang 60 so kita tapunit. Ego yu itamoya ko kia oil and now step up it maitaya ko. Kispin kia non poke ko kap maitutamasyak. We have to do these things ourselves. Because that's where we need to support each other. That's what in my retirement, I'm not professing I know everything. I have a lot of knowledge in terms of ceremonies. It's gonna some people, some nations might require that. Some of us would be willing to travel to try and revive these because once we lose this Uksana, that's our foundation, that's why we're here. And our hope is long-term vision is that it continues on for another 150 years. That's why it's critical. That's why I had to mention this. And I wish we could have dialogue on this.
We know mamatsita.
Tansenwa kumagantik. Nanas kumutatin kiksiwat sunwa kakyo. Kapimio chakwi skakino chikasun ni hiwi kasyan. Kawapski wheat isui hit Charles Rabbitskin chikasun. Chachigusagagan yorten pios paskun. Pelican Lake First Nations. Ota hoke mam skotam wikas kiksip. Nigibi hikipi wihta magusian tamewa hisoka kiti wikas. Iguma iki skiwi hitik. Iguma uitak skama. Nanatuh ke goy suanawi kuyak. Pukokigoi. Nihkoin pihtoon. Nanatuhkigoi uisnawanaihuyak. Hui patap mayak kitoasim snog. Kipikskun koi wanihtano. Ito kay. Maga muy wanihtayak. Muy apachihtayak. Kipikskun no. Hatsako agihtik. Ito kemau. Itapuit. Niu pikskuna ja tsako agihtik. Ja gihtige. Ja kun mä piak pikskunno. Kajas ni hiauivan. Mihtiit muinstohtam me gamma. Kigamma. Ja kun mä käytiin tokemau. Steikio ei kuva nihtano. Iga ei apatihtajak. Iga eks nahama osviak. Kispiniga eks nahama osno. Yksana. Kawapskiwit kay suwaskawit yuksama. Kistanot at natinano. Tapuagi tamuan kuwa nihtano. Isuan kuwa nihtano. Kichi tauksuan kuwa nihtano. Joku mä kichi tauksuan kai sikatik. Hukus kai sakaptik. Kahki omutakap misuas kapiak. Kahki on uutei pakkinguusiak. Kikoi kutna tämä vasuak. Kahki oigi miguusiak ekom. Kichiksi watsuen kikmigonano. Magagi tahtoi kuan keskis no ekom. Nanatok. Kipitu tagono. Kisnahma tukamk. Apuppuko. Ja kumma kui hunnoa. Tän samma. Isäkan aapun kuusiak. Kua kummakan no. Muikiksi kimano. Oinana kua kummakan no. Kahki on muuta kapiak. Iwa kuhtujak. Kahki on. Mui magakuan kesken no, joka amma. Kaksi nahmoa ja kitawasems no. Tapui mistä he kitahto eikipin sahano kawapskiwit. Mutta ne tapkutsa muihkas kamam skutaman. Joka ainakaan ei kiityit. Nää pio. Hinniutik napiok. Iki passagutik. Hauniana nyinä tamaa. Ikagina tamasut. Hino. Isku hawasas kihtiöjä. Niana nganat sika poistamo. Mä joui saament. Mä joui higa im anahot nia. Sen niks kiitamaan tän sanisin toitak. Sen kaks kiitam tanta kuhtsena tamuokkiwe. Joka amma humakaa pikskujak. Kana tamuot. Joka amma koiskis pikskujani hioin. Utskapam. Jutskapamat kuakumaga. Ei siitä toskavat. Muigi vihtamatta no tanssikin suoskojak. Puu muiga kimino mau hai sinu. Pogana ka muista utskapamat. Kani poi nigota. Mayo hui pakseke. Nehtawan. Wawis ni roina na tuhkiwai. Hewa kawan naihuyak. Mihsiita ei sinu kaagiohaatot. Hikunan he. Mas näihit. He pikskuit. Kakan pikskaatat. Kakan mas näihisu. Agatsika ka naapahtam. Hapihtoigo ka pikskaatat. Muja apatsihtau ohe. kai sinio yak tam tahtoyak isuin mutti hisaka kutikki toaganak kikutnak kitunnak kichichinaakapu igomma igunanhe iguminawa skutio kaniwayaks igona kaskapatio igomma mamuchinstam hina tawapit priti haskihom igoteni tagapasut skitaman tanta kutsuutskapamsk stonam kispin kuakumagan nanto ismaskamachot asian nigutan stonam igutamu iseniso hegwana pi skutis hegwana mana kamiakasagagi nanto gaisitsigi hegwana skutio kahkio ino awasis kihtiaya pisisku kautahtahkont panachui manchusak stokok kahkiogi gaoppikek kahki ewana kahkio higo tani ui chikimak ewana kahkio isino ui chikimo iku tämä kahki aika itseään, kahki on niin vahkuhtujakin. Pisis kuuk. Mutta on mä kan jokatit, joka on muhsin tonne kauitsaagan jäämään. Muistin sto, iku tänä skutio, joka on makaa kahtik. Joka ainakaan pamta magujak. Kahki oo, kaikki nakattakuja, kuaku makan nouk. Kapapa nastik, hoki siguk. Tikunan ipam namagujak. Muistin jo, iku kat pihtsikit, ksi manto. Iku tämä kihtsiksi watsuunegi paknak. Kahki oikein miiguusiak. Kahki oikein miigujak. Kahki omakaita piahuta. Kihtsiksi watsuun. Hiu kaikit kihtsiksi watsat. Kian purisiki tuutaman kiau. Ahtsa pugana. Tuutska pamk. Kaata pihtsikit. Kian oppakaisi niujak. Muanakin puniita maasunoki tahto ikiwe. Uhtomana muin taga asiman. Muisnia ei vamma johti miiguusiaan pikskun. Joku miiguusiaan on kapatihtaan. Piak hikas kihtaat kanstuhtak. Ni hioiwan. Hiku tänä nstuhta meo uchahtsakwa. Kaksi kiihtämän tanssi kaisni hioijak. Kahki on muuta kapiak. Apua kawapski vitkaput nstuhtam. Nstuhtam. Ja vanna kaite aina noikask. Isuhit. Ta itapit. Ja mä kamiakasigi tukut asian. Ja vanna kepmisi tongdan ogaki o muuta. Mä kepmisnä naaskomujan. Hikaki tuhkamanana kiksivat sun ogaki outakap majaik. Kainaan tokap mai timik. Muana hityään ikskiitämään. Mä niistä yksi ipisuita mä koen yksi kiityään. Hai maitaan, nä äsken muuttiin keksivat sanoa.
Just before, I know a lot of our youth don't speak the Cree language, or maybe hopefully you understand it, but our the elder that had talked to us was talking about how he was given the Cree language, and that's how he wished to talk to you guys, and that he knows that deep down inside, you being Nehiawasak, you would understand just by listening to the tone of his voice. He had talked a lot about what he grew up being taught by his elders and his parents, and how we were all given life, and that how we are all related. And he talked about relations of not just you and your brother or your sister, but how you are also related to the grass that this child is playing with, and how we are related to the Xenapewasni, the rock that we have in front of us. And not only those two as well, but he was talking about all the different relationships we have with nature, the four-legged, our four-legged brothers and sisters. So he did talk about a lot, and I kind of caught the tail end of it when I was walking around trying to figure out what was going to be next. So we have one of our elders over to the far left who has who's wanting to say a few words.
No ako makadig. Basta inadas ka mo. Uta ka pepista ko at. Ego ewap makik. Moe ka tsa ko ego ewap makik tayak. Pea ko yak. Ea sayatsak. Omakap ka takok. Nadas ko ba ako tawino. Ewap takok. Hector Quenin Shekason. 84 ay tahtapanaan ay nanimtano. Ay wak neo. Ay tahtapanaan. Binakot ako hontaan. Hector Paul Shekason. Ni soeho dai ha. Ki kwae we ha chamostata kok. Homo takapia kita. Eki peise. Kotake hechak. Ni mo sompan nanak. Ni nano mo tako siya kwa saka. Haya. Nge tuan stam. He kwa Queen Elizabeth. Kiso ke mas kon stam. Heki pamehe koyak, pokai tehette koyak, niistä ranota. Heki peta potahvana mitsu nette koyak, amskotia askaika neotse. Ote työmään heki peta potaa. Hei kone kota huasaka, ne mosson pannanak. Hei kone heki petsaa mahtsak. Tamitsak tohmaa tjootsak. Peakone seki kapaikaasotsaki tohmanakas. Muotsi pakta niitsak tava ja oitsakatski kaani ootse. Näitä te tohteitsak. Tapskot muuta ja Lightminster. Moos pak naak te tohteetsek. Pokatamasna kumasnagan. Tapskote hoja uitsek. Ei nakataa taske kanoa. Huekoa. Kawe tohtepe vai niitä. Kawe tamasna makosnaigan. Kawe pepihtä koitsek. Kawe taskioa. Eksäkin se paminitsek. Maako makawe hatsmosta takok. Nuahko maakantek. Waskai kansse. Sihkaatte on muuta. Eksä tuekin sihkaattaa hakkajaas. Uja ookimo sompat dog. Waskai kansse. Eksäkin sihkaatte kom. Moi kan pehteiden joka he kamma. Uihoon. Eko makawe hatsamojaan. Eks pehette kanma. Ota eikä kanawa ehtsä kaatteeke he omaka menkäni kaatteek. Fort omake siihen kaattama. Kaki menkäni kaatteek ottaa. Smakan sakakteeka haatsak. Smakan seekaanak. Indian agency. Midokta pihtaa heikin haat. Eko Hudson Bay. Hekta midenkin haatsk. Uista on hekteekin ostat mä tohtsakannikin. Omitso niin oava. Han koota. Mos on pannanak. Eko tekanikin ostat mä tohtsakannikin smakan sakaki hoki vai. Eko mä luoke. Kapei tohteetsak. Ei tohteeka teitkin täällä. Havassa. Skoa. Ei tohteeka teit. Ei penätää pentu tamatsak. Mitsuot. Ei vähän samatsak. Hokehtee mua skoa havassa. Eikä ihan teet se ohtsak malle. Eikä ehkä pahamot skoahtee miikään on. Eikä ehkä pahamot. Mä käy. Moi mä ostin nakattamak. Eikä kihki saattamak. Kahki tamta tavaak. Kahki tavi kihki puhui pidemot skoahtee miikään. Makiko ei miitsik mitson. Uja on mitson ooma. Kihtoke maskoikin petsaa maakutsik. Toh matsot. Piisma neptä heikin paksi kesä. Voi yritte me otais kahteen miekan. Neptä heikin paksi. Heko mä jihkanak. Ehpe muat se kaikon. Eksekin se tämä hiitsak. Ne mos on pannanak. Nao on tekniikan petsy nao ja apu. Tatse tietenkin kuamma. Utan kake haat sukoko ne mos on pannanak vastakaan. Eikä se tämä hiitsak. Eikä ne paha tuossa hiitsak. Ei vahkeettu ainoa muuta homma. Indian agency. Hekta heikin hajat päivän. Indian affairs ette kook. Uistaan joktekin ostat maatsohutsak. Mitsuudua hoku. Utahet. ne he okoga, ne bosom pandana omichuno. Sebagan sak, sebagan sihanak. Hektahi go sak macho swea o agoni mamichak. Hekoidan paaka tuossa tsokoga. Ne bosom pandana ko taasum soa oma. Jutskoi mua ogi, tei mua. Namoya ki wai Big Bear. Moi kette mai ui hod. Peni au petse naui. Namaki wai ohtu mai tuotap. Utahtaa kohtaa näyttäkää tekin. Eikin mä rokeetsi tekin. Eikin osaa pahtaa komu. Utaski on. Uteekin ohtoo te Texasin katteo. Lapskojas. Eikin päättää oeto maski. Hudson Bay eikin hättämät. Tän tehdaski eikin ohtana Hudson Bay. Tää hättävät. Mitäskin näet? Muistasi seuraavakin, että vaikka kaikki pettäkohteet ottaikin pepätsit, eikin perättämään kuin real. Siis kipsaa kaiken nyt takliin, eikin peohtohtet. Ei ainakaan saskaa kohta homma. Kaikki menikö niinkään tek fort. Viadegi mestiga sak real. Hodotin inoa kaikki pesoat. Mutta ei siinä hodotin inoa. Kihtapasi aamoke on toista kahki on. Semakan sikana suok. Hekta on muutenkin pakstava aamutsiksi siipiin. Eikä musta lohteetsek hakaa maihotsi. Siis se puhehteetsek. Amiskotsi aaskaikani tammotsi. Moi ei vaan näitä totta moi nuori. Moi on sen pahe joka ei ole akioi. Te piakin saakat teimaatsek. Ne tehdään siipiin, että kohteet siis puhehteet. Eikö se poikii sen saakat teimaatsek. Real ei kun ne koko. Heko mä niinku hakaa pehtaava. Staimas kwa Big Bear. Mutta se ei ole nehän, että skototekin. Eikin nuotinkin. Namoja. Ootte päänäkin hän tsakaatte minä päänä. Steel Narrows. Lone Lake astamtaan. Tapskotek teiskoatekin otinto, eikin saakotsis. Namoe. Kun tää hajuaki, kun eikin tää semmoitsek vapskojatsek historians. Mas näekö nekin miikoja, niistäkin vitsi hoajana ja homaja. Eikä pöytse ole poita. Mas näekänekin miikoja, kun toukaa pepihtä koippaik. Haustahin sopisissa ne historian pekao. Kääpetse mat. Kihtä ei ole soista. Hekta heviiket, ei kuitenkin mas näekana. Eikin mä miikoja. Hektamaslega tega umakatsumustakok. Eki miiko auktamaslega tegi atsumustak. Hektegi ohtna maade omak katsumustakok. Heikoitu mehekin ohti atsumustakok nuako maakanti. Nanasko mod. Että kohti aadut epäatsumustakok. Mistä te apntakoke kihtää ja kohtaan takahkeisten sitä hain taitaa kohtaa oido semmoittuu hai.
Hi, Hector. Thank you very much. Hector had just finished talking about a little bit of the history that took place here at Fort Pitt. And that microphone, Skapelsak, Regina Egua, Katonamono. But Hector, first off, gave thanks, and he gave thanks for everybody who was here. He had not seen this many youth here in a long, long time, and he's very thankful for that. Hector was given and has two names. He goes by Hector Quinney or Hector Paul, and he also mentioned that he was 84 years old. He talked about the lands that we are on now, the sacred lands. Our ancestors who were here had it rough or had a rough life. In the old days, it was hard, he said, and that our people, when this was a fort, this place was a fort, our people were not allowed. When they came, they usually came for food, for rations, and a lot of times our people were denied, and then the doors were closed on them when the fort, the people that were in there, the Indian agents would close the door on them, and they would be outside the fort still hungry. He called this place Waskaigansi. And that is the traditional name that our well, not necessarily traditional, but that is the name our ancestors had used for this place, and the place that we now call Fort Pitt. He talked about how back to how we had it rough, and the stories that he remembered hearing is how our people were not even allowed to leave the reservations once treaty was signed. And so he talked about quite a bit. He talked about how the people that came for food here, and our elders and our children, and they were told to leave, how our people were mistreated. And he also talked about Chief Big Bear, how when treaty was being done here, Hector went on to say that there was a camp across the river where Big Bear and his people were at. And that's where they had their camp, and so he talked about how Chief Big Bear himself too, with all the stories that we hear nowadays, he mentioned and said that Chief Big Bear was a peaceful chief, and also he talked about Hudson Bay, and where Hudson Bay. He actually asked that question of where Hudson Bay had the right to purchase, or not to purchase, but to sell the lands that they had sold back then too as well. And I apologize. I was trying to write down and not decipher, but write down what he was talking about, and he was kind of jumping from one topic to another, which is great, which is fine. And I was trying to piece it all together. Regina, she's got, I think she had mentioned that she wanted to talk about treaties, so we'll open the floor to you now, Regina.
Tansei. First of all, I want to thank Okama Lewis for inviting me here, and thank our spiritual elders for lifting up the pipe for us. I don't speak Cree. I speak Blackfoot. But the only Cree words I know is Munias, Sunias, Hi, Danse, Monando. That's it. That's my Cree vocabulary. But I sure love coming to Cree country. And I love everybody, you know. And I meet so many people, and I forget names. I'm a grandma, I'm a mother, a grandma, great-grandma, and a great-great-grandma. So I have 4 generations, or 5 generations actually now, great-great-grand. So, but I wanted to gear some of this discussion with the young children. You know, I was young, like you, when my late father started taking me to meetings of the Indian Association of Alberta. And he told me, you're never going to be satisfied just being a housewife and a mother. So you need to know who you are, what the history of our peoples are, and what the treaty is about. So that's what I want to talk about, is what the treaty is about. The treaty is an agreement between 2 sovereign nations. When we talk about a sovereign nation, we are talking about peoples, lands, language, their customs, their traditions, their spiritual values, and they possess territories, which we refer the lands and the territories. Those territories they've had from time immemorial, from way back. That's their title. The English had as a different understanding of what title is. We ourselves had the same thing, except that title to us of the land is different. We belong to the land that the Creator gave us. And our elders used to say, our land is not for you to sell. Meaning, see, the Creator gave us these territories, whether you're Cree, whether you're Algonquin, which the Blackfoot come from, Sioux, whether you're Dene, whoever. All of this Turtle Island, North and South America, there's peoples there that he put, and they gave us our languages and our way of life, and our territory and our peoples. So we were at equal footing with the imperial crown. Queen Victoria was the one that came and entered into treaty with us through her commissioners. And at the time when treaty, it's an agreement between 2 sovereign nations, but it has benefits for both parties. And if you talk about that, so they came, they wanted our territories. And our peoples, because they couldn't speak the English language, they spoke their own languages, which is very key to our identity. Our language, the Cree language, is key to your identity. And that's something that today we are trying, all of our peoples, our governments, our own governments are trying to teach the people to speak the languages that we have. I speak Blackfoot. You speak Cree. And so when they entered into treaty, and I always say entered into treaty, because our peoples have a different understanding. Our peoples agreed to share these vast territories that the Creator gave us. And at the time, the elders used to say, it's only this deep. Now we refer to it as the depth of the plow. But we didn't have plows at the time of treaty making. So the elders said nothing below that. It was just for settlement of the subjects or the peoples of Great Britain that they were going to bring over. But because Canada, well, it was a colony of Great Britain, they came to form their governments. So the government of Great Britain gave them the authority to govern themselves on our territories. And because they assumed title to our territories, the process has always been to get rid of us, to get rid of our identity. Everything that happens has been about that. So, at the treaty making, when the Crown gave her subjects the right to legislate, the right to govern themselves on our territories, they enacted the constitutional instrument of the British North America Act. See, and in exchange, when there's a treaty, there's always obligations and benefits for each party. So ours was to receive certain benefits we call treaty rights that came from the treaty making to that our peoples would always get. And our obligation to them was to let them live on our territories for settlement. But we were supposed to live side by side without interference. But because of Canada's agenda, or the colonizers' agenda to have title to our territories, they enacted certain legislations to get rid of us. Now, and our peoples never understood that. So if you look at the written text of the treaties, it says that we ceded and surrendered our territories, which was never the intent of our peoples. Our peoples were to retain everything except for where they were going to settle, just for residential purposes. So, if you look, and we're called Indians, and yesterday Elder Jimmy talked about that. The only reason why we're called Indians, we're not real Indians. We're citizens of our own nations, whether it's the Cree Nation, the Algonquin Nation, the Dene Nation. Those are the nations. And they traveled all over, we call Turtle Island. So we have Crees here, north. There's Crees in the States. There's Dene right across, down going south. But they moved all over for food. They followed the buffalo for food, to gather their medicines, their berries, because our own peoples had their own forms of government. And it was our headmen, or the chief headmen, well, now we call them chiefs, who entered into treaty on our behalf. And you know, at that time, we didn't have the election system. There was no such a thing as calling for a vote, an election system. When our headman, or our chief, I'll refer to them as chief, when that chief was going to hand over his chieftainship to the next person, it was based on trust and kindness and care for the people. As a young child, and you children here, you want to be leaders, someday you're going to be. So you need to know how to protect your peoples, so the peoples can trust you. And that's the traditional system, our hereditary system, when someone from a very young age learned the customs and the traditions of their peoples, then it is handed to him. Only when the people, he's entrusted and respected by the peoples. We never had election system. Our citizens, we had a way of controlling. We totally controlled who our citizens were, either through birth, through marriage, through adoption, and our headmen knew who they were. And one of the benefits that we got in treaty is that we would get $5 every year. Our citizens would get $5, and then they introduced the election system. The councillors would get 15, and the chief would get 25 every year. Now this money that was given to us, it was considered like a greeting gift. In our language, it's piksimatsimutsio. Because when you come or when you invite people, you give them a gift. And that was our way. So that's all it was. It was not for the sale of our lands, of our territories. That still continues today. Our citizens, you know, when they were getting that $5, our headmen or our chiefs would say, "These are my people." And we all had Indian names, our names according to our languages. And then when the agents were writing down those names, they kept writing down for every citizen of our nations. They wrote them down. So to remember, in order for them to gain title or to legalize their title to our territories, they had to get rid of us. And we had treaty cards. Those treaty cards talked about some of our rights, including our border crossing the international border, the United States-Canada border, because we have families down there and our peoples went all around. They moved around. So the Indian agents were writing those. And sometimes they couldn't write them in our languages, so they gave them Christian names or English names. Then they said, well, we have to get rid of these people because with them here, we can't prove that we were here first. So in 1951, they took away that jurisdiction, that authority we had for our peoples. So their plan is, come September the 4th, 1951, when the last person, our people, is born on that day, then there'll be no more treaty Indians. We are status Indians today. We get a status card, and it expires every 5 years because it's under the control of Canada. It's no longer under our control. But all these things were forced on us. And keep in mind that our understanding of what the treaty is all about is different from their understanding. Then they introduced the election system. Then we started, the Indian Act came into effect. The Indian Act came in 1876, the same time as Treaty 6 was entered into. Our peoples didn't know anything about the Indian Act, and that was to terminate us. That act was to terminate us either through death or assimilation. And that still goes on today. And we are at a very critical stage right now with our treaties. See, the treaties protected our inherent rights, how we govern ourselves, our traditions, our customs, our ceremonies, everything that we did. And our peoples had their own way of healing. They used herbs and whatever, they get those medicines. And they healed their people. They treated their peoples that are sick. They had their own education system. And it was about the survival of our peoples, learning who you are, what your culture, your traditions are, everything as a Cree person of what you are. And then they had their own economic development, like they traded furs at the time. So those are just, and the other thing too is, and because our peoples agreed to share their territory, we would retain certain portions of our territories for our exclusive use so that we can continue our way of life. So that itself was something that our peoples agreed to. We had to continue the way of life that our Creator gave us. But Canada, in their attempt to get rid of us, because, see, we were not conquered people. These were peace and friendship treaties with the newcomers to our territories. But then they enacted the Indian Act. Well, at the Indian Act, that Indian Act took away our authority, our right to govern ourselves, our right to follow our traditional laws or to make laws, our right of self-determination to determine how we're moving forward in the best interest of ourselves. They took that and our right to government. We had all of that. We had clans. And everybody in the community had a responsibility. Our parents, the parents had to learn how to take care of their children. And they used to say, a child was raised by the whole community because everyone took care of the children, that you're safe. But they created the Indian Act, the Federal Indian Act. Oh, and I have to remember to say this. The federal government in our treaties, they gave, the Crown, gave the responsibility of the treaties for us, for the benefits of treaty, to the federal government. They didn't give them to the provinces. The province of Alberta was created in 1905, way after. We've been here forever. And today, because of the attempt for Canada to get rid of us, on the Indian Act, they gave that authority, our rights, to the Minister of Indian Affairs. John A. Macdonald was Prime Minister at the time, and he wanted to be Minister of Indian Affairs because he wanted control over us, our peoples. Anyway, that Indian Act, the whole thing was to get rid of us. So when our women, when they made the Indian registry based on the list from the treaty pay list, then they took our people. Our leaders didn't know anything about miles, square miles. If you look at the treaty, it says a family of 5 is entitled to 1 square mile. Our peoples didn't know what mile was. They identified their areas through landmarks like hills, mountains, rivers, everything. That's how they identified their areas that they wanted to keep for ourselves. But some of them, Indian agents had put people in lands that there was no room for any survival or economic development on poor lands. They were forced to move there. Then they took control of our citizenship. 1951. They took that authority away from our peoples to determine their own citizens. And a citizen is a person who belongs to a nation. In the Indian Act, it says members, because they said there were bands, group of bands of Indians, so they just make them members. So they had the membership. Then they started taking our women away. They say, well, if an Indian woman marries a non-Indian person, they're no longer a part of that tribe. Or if a man joins the clergy, the missionaries, or was able to be self-sufficient, works the land, learns how to farm and works the land, and they're doing good, they took them off our list, the band list, the registry list that they control. Then, later on, they started taking the babies. They took the babies because they transferred that authority to the provinces for child welfare. They took our babies, our little kids, and put them up for adoption or put them in homes who were not our peoples and didn't know our way of life, our language, or anything about us. So the kids didn't understand or didn't know who they were. The residential school, the elders used to say, they took the Indian out of the child, knowing you don't, because you don't get to, because they stopped everything and they wouldn't let us learn our way of life in the Indian residential schools. So those things were happening. Also, after treaty making, when we were put under reserves, we couldn't leave the reserve. We had to get a permit from the Indian agent. And then when you didn't return after a certain time that you're allowed to leave the reserve, then they would get the red coats. We refer to them as red coats, who are now the RCMP, and bring the people back to the kids to the residential school. Many of our people died. Many of the children died in the residential school. Many were in the residential schools. All this was going, and the Indian Act had said you can go, that child has to go to school up until the age of 16, and then they let them out. But all that trauma they experienced, the hurt, everything that happened in those, whether it was physical harm, whether it was mental health, any kind of trauma, because our kids were taken from their parents and put in those in residential schools. They never got the proper health services, and some died because of poor health. Then, when they left the schools, they were lost. Our peoples were lost because they didn't know their responsibilities, who they were, their language. They lost their language because you couldn't speak your language in the schools. I know where I went to residential schools that were teaching us. So I never mastered the English language. And there's no way that I can translate what I'm saying in my language into the English language. It's very difficult. You never capture the meaning. But those were the ways of communicating. Also, after treaty, when our peoples were freezing in the cold winters, we used to have 4 seasons. It was spring, summer, fall, winter, and we used to have the 4 seasons, and we used to utilize the buffalo for clothing, for food, and for shelter. Then they got rid of that. The buffalo was being extinct. So our peoples then didn't have anything. Then they gave our peoples blankets. But those blankets were contaminated with smallpox. it killed a lot of our peoples because there was no medicine to cure it, but the intent was to kill our people, get rid of them. That happened to many of our people. So the Indian Act is not a good act. It's a colonial law, and that's the federal government's law. It's not ours. But the whole intent was to get rid of us, so they can get their title to our territories to be proven right, that they're right, that they control our territories. Moving fast forward, even the UN, the United Nations, CERD, there's a committee called CERD. That's the Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. And Canada goes around the world professing to be a champion of human rights. Canada is signatory to all those human rights conventions. Then our people started going over there and complaining to the UN that Canada is not fulfilling their responsibility for our human rights and our treaty rights. So that committee asked Canada, how did you get title to the territories that, with the peoples that you entered into treaty with? Canada couldn't answer it. They said, well, give us time, we'll come back with the answer. They have yet to answer that. So what I'm going to tell you now is how they're trying to get that title, so they can go back to the UN and say, this is our title. Because our peoples never gave their consent. See, at the time of treaty, or the Royal Proclamation, the Crown said, you cannot settle on the lands unless you come through me and enter into treaty with the Indians and pay fair compensation to the Indians for the use of their lands. So now, because they haven't get rid of us, we're still here, and we still have our children, and they're going to have children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, so forth, and those kids are going to continue. And now our treaties were supposed to be in existence for as long as the sun shines, the grass grows, and the waters flow, the rivers flow. Some say waters, some say rivers. So that we always have a home for our peoples. So now, what they are doing, they're going to get rid of the Indian Act. Now, they're setting out new processes, like the chief mentioned, Okinawa Lewis, the Land Management Act, Tax Commission, Child Welfare, Language Act, Fiscal Management Act. They're setting out these new processes. They want our peoples to enter into those processes. And once we enter into that, and we sign that document, it is to say that we agree that our territories don't belong to us and they belong to Canada, and that they're the source of authority, not us, from what the Creator gave us. That's one way they're going to prove that they have title to our territories. So we have to be careful. In 1930, when the province of Alberta was in place, and Saskatchewan and Manitoba, they enacted the Natural Resources Transfer Agreement. Now that agreement says the federal government gave the provinces jurisdiction over all the lands within that province, and including our natural resources below and above surface. They gave it to them. But it also said that the Indians can hunt, fish, trap, and gather their medicines and that in our traditional territories. But we know today those, they call it provincial crown land. They starting to sell some of those lands and privatizing them to Albertans to own. And when our peoples go out to hunt in our traditional territories, or fish, whatever, or gather, they get charged. Many of our peoples have been charged under those laws of the province. So our treaty rights are getting smaller and smaller. Limited, I should say. They do everything. And all our benefits under treaty, health, education, economic development, so forth, and the cow and plow, ammunition. I know in our treaty we're supposed to get ammunition, but that was stopped as well. Other things that you deem that is your treaty right for treaty number 6 in entering into treaty number 6. And we leave that to the elders to determine what those benefits are. So now you look at the cows and plows. See, Canada created the specific claims policy. That specific claims policy is in the event that we don't have the lands or the amount of acreage that we're supposed to have. Yesterday, someone questioned, and which was an excellent question, and which we don't know how it goes, that every time your population increases, you're supposed to get more land. So that has to be looked at, and we have to find out what our elders were saying about that and research that area. They put the cows and plows into the specific claims policy. And that's a benefit that Canada has never given to our peoples, because we're supposed to get cows and plows so that we can farm, learn how to farm and live on the lands that our forefathers retained for our exclusive use. But in that process, if they're going to give you, they're offering to give you back money from way before, which is supposed to be compensation because that benefit under treaty was never followed. But in the specific claims policy, if you get it now and you sign that agreement, it means you're telling Canada, letting Canada know they don't have to give that benefit under treaty anymore. So our future generation, children yet unborn, will never get that benefit. Many of our peoples have accepted it, but there are some that haven't. Onion Lake hasn't. We haven't at Sotina. And some of the other tribes in Treaty 6 and other areas haven't accepted it. But you know, Canada is very smart. They say, oh, the Indians are living in poverty. They need money. Cost of living is going up. They need money. So we can give them and make it a settlement, you know, this cows and plows, that we never have to give it again. But there's a reserve in Saskatchewan, the Gordon Reserve. I understand that when they were negotiating the cow and plow, that issue about forever terminating that benefit under treaty was never brought up. So when Canada brought them the agreement, it was in there. They said, no, we never discussed this. We never gave our consent to stop it. So we have to wait and see how that pans out. So and that's something, even those that have received it, the leadership has to look at that to see how we can get that back, to implement the treaties according to their spirit and intent and get all the benefits that our peoples get. And if you look at your health services, your education, what the government has been giving you, given all of us, is very limited and does not cover our needs for education and health. Many of our people go without health services because if the tribe doesn't have the money to offset those costs, if the individual doesn't have the monies to pay for those extra health services, whether it's medication or hospitalization or whatever, they go without. So many of our people don't get the proper health treatment that they need. And the same with education. They're supposed to provide for our education into the Western society. They don't give us enough. And we look at education as a lifelong learning. These kids, when they grow up, they finish, complete grade 12, and then they're going to go to post-secondary. Canada is trying to stop that, even though today they hardly give us enough money for that. Because we don't have, there's, I think maybe one or two that might have universities on the reserves. But most of our people go out into the provincial institutions to further their education. They give us very little. So they tell the Indians, well, we're going to give you we're going to give you an arrangement where you can get your monies for 10 years. You don't have to come to us, to the minister, asking for authority or approval to move those monies around to what you need. But those monies are based on current funding arrangements, funding sources that they never properly provide for. So once you take that, after 10 years, there's no guarantee that you're going to get additional monies. The Indian Act will be gone by then. There'll be no authority for Canada to be giving us monies for our treaty rights. So that's why, like Onion Lake is looking at treaty-based funding arrangements, and we were looking at it as well, too. If you look at treaty-based funding arrangements, it's a needs budget of what we need for all our benefits under treaty. And how you do that, and I'm sure that Okima Fox is going to talk about it. Maybe I shouldn't touch it. But anyway, you based it on your needs. And that way, you're going to get the monies for what you need under treaty, which the federal government is responsible for. And we're hoping that when all of this when we get to the treaty-based funding arrangement, it comes right straight from Treasury Board. You know, the way Canada operates, if you look at it, Treasury Board controls the monies and they allocate monies to all the departments. Canada should be looking at their treaty responsibilities right at the top. They got their budgets. And by the way, they tax their peoples. They take our natural resources, oil and gas and timber, whatever, to make their money. These are that belong to us. They should be taken, okay, these are the promises of treaty that we're responsible for, and Treasury Board should pay that money first before giving it to all their departments. That's how it should be. So hopefully we can get the treaty-based funding arrangement done collectively. You know, we can get to that if we stand strong and work together so that our peoples can get the true benefits under treaty. But as we all know, it's very difficult for our peoples to be truly united. Even we fight over lands, we fight over monies because we all don't get enough money. The province of Alberta only gets so much money, and Saskatchewan, and they allocate it to the reserves. So there's always disagreements. And there's other things that are going to be coming up. I'm just going to give an overview of C5. The President of the United States is posing tariffs on Canada. Well, first of all, they want Canada to become a 51st state of the United States. And of course, the people said, no, that's not what we want. So they're going to try and force them. by putting tariffs. Every time Canada exports gas or oil, gas, whatever, to the United States, there's a high cost. And those things that they're transporting are ours. We don't get a penny from them. So the Prime Minister and the Premiers are fighting over that. They were panicking. Now they're trying to make deals with other countries. Danielle Smith, who is the Premier of Alberta, wants to be with the United States. She did a legislation where it would give the authority for Albertans to vote to separate. That vote hasn't taken place yet, but how could she separate when all this territory belongs to us and it doesn't belong to the provincial government? So you have to look at that. Our peoples need to get together and make Alberta know that these territories belong to us. If she wants to separate, she can go in with her cabinet wherever the hell she wants to go. We need to, our people. Oh, I said I wasn't going to swear, sorry. But she makes me angry. So, you know, that's what this whole issue is. And Janice will be talking about C5, that one Canada Economy Act, which affects our natural resources in our territories. So that'll be coming up. So we have to look at what's happened. Our treaties are in danger right now. Canada is not our treaty partner. Canada enjoys the benefits of the Crown's benefits under treaty, our treaties. We don't. We suffer. We live in poverty. Many of our people live in poverty, and that's tax commission. They want us to start taxing our peoples. They want us to tax. Any government can tax. We can tax our peoples for the use of our territories, even for housing, whatever. And Canada can tax us. And like Okama Lewis said, our lands are going to be fee simple. You can go to a bank when you run out of money to borrow money to provide the necessary services to the peoples. And you can use your land as collateral. That breaks our way that we belong to the land and we have no right to sell our land because we always have to have a home for our children yet unborn forever and ever, as long as the sun shines, the grass grows. If we start using our territories, our lands for collateral and we don't pay back the taxes, the financial institutions will take our lands, and where's our people going to live? We got to look at the long-term consequences of all the decisions that we make. Not just today, not just to grab money, get money right now, but the long-term consequences, because Canada wants to get rid of us. Canada wants title to our territories. There are many things that Canada has done, but every one of them is to get rid of us. And they're going to assimilate us into the Canadian mosaic. And just think, our languages are here. They don't come from any other place in the world. The Creator gave us our territories. Our people should be prospering from our territories, which they are not at this point. We should be the wealthiest peoples in Canada. Our kids shouldn't have to worry about where they're going to get their next meal, where they're going to get their next monies to go for their health services or their education. We should be the richest people on this land, and that's what we got to aim for. And I know I kind of jumped all over the place, but there's a lot to talk about, and I'm sure Okima Fox is going to talk more about the treaty-based funding arrangements and other stuff, because he knows what's happening. So our leadership, some of our elders, older people are retiring. So that responsibility goes to the young people who are going to be the leaders in the future. So you need to know who you are, your language, your history. You need to know what the treaty is all about. So you'll have that responsibility to look after the peoples, your peoples. And they keep teaching them so it continues, so our treaties will stay intact. And Canada is using all those other mechanisms to get rid of our treaty. We have to be smarter than that. And the Creator loves us all. And He's guided us this far. And I'm sure He'll continue. So we need to continue our ceremonies and our prayers. And unite. Give your leadership the support they need. Guide them. The elders' guidance is very important because they know the stories of what happened before, of who we are. So that's important, and we need to keep transferring it and teaching it to the children. A few months ago, I was invited to come and speak to to do a class, among others, Janice and others, to the students at the Onion Lake High School. And that was really good because I saw how some of the children wanted to learn. And you know, that's how I learned. Like, you know, when I was young, my father would tell me, he'd take me to these meetings and he'd ask me, well, what did you learn? You know, I fooled around. I didn't listen. I didn't pay attention. Like a kid, normal kid. Then he'd tell me, if you learn one thing about the treaty, that's good, and you'll keep learning. And that's how I learned. Listening, hearing something that's stuck in my mind. And today, I know how things work. And when he did tell me, oh, you know, the other thing too is when I got married, I was from the Black tribe. I was raised at the Black tribe, so I learned on the Blackfoot customs and traditions and their way of life. Then I married to a man. I got married to a man from Tsuut'ina, Sarsi. My dad told me, go home with your husband. Learn the ways of his people and earn your acceptance into that tribe. The Indian agent is going to take your name from the Blood tribe list, blood registry, and put it with Sarsi. Don't ever think you're a Sarsi. You are a Kanaki, meaning I was from the Blood tribe. But that's where you're going to live because your family is going to be there. Your family is going to be there, and that's where you have to put your efforts to help, not just them, but everybody. And that's what I've been doing. You know, I'm very opinionated. I give my opinion no matter what the issue is or what I feel. And that's why he told me, you have to learn. Because if you don't know what the treaty is about, who we are as Kaneko and Nitsitapi, mean all of our peoples, you're going to be very dangerous to our peoples in the future. And I see that today. I see many of our leaders, and I'm not afraid to say it because I've traveled all over. Many of our leaders don't know what the treaty is all about. They go into these processes. They get caught in these processes that are going to terminate our treaty. So let's not let that happen to us. Thank you.
Hi, hi. Thank you very much, Regina. And Keteaki waga pikskwego ma. Ikay Leon notes you're going to be gifted with a gift a little bit later on. Notes the Treaty 6, the Sacred Bundle, is over in the teepee just to the north of us. And at lunch, Tagut Sigate, we're going to try synchronize the lunch and the ceremony that is going to be taking place over there too as well. So, Mayo Tagut Sigate, once the food is brought over, we'll take a break, and during that break too as well, the bundle ceremony will be taking place just to the north of us. So those are a couple of things that I was asked to announce. Also, Kiwawasak, I think that you have bagged lunches that is going to be brought over to you guys, so that you're not hungry too as well. Kiwaigatak, is there anything else that I have forgotten? Leon? Yeah, Utema, I'm going to go across with the microphone. I'll say Giopins. Kiwa? Okay. Kagi, can we let him have Willard?
Maganes, hotel me in Tonga and Toma Mopian. Ego mego hamam Scotch ma about the treaties. Kigo mam Scott mano tagite ego peak scono. Lots of you, I know you don't understand Korea. I'm going to talk English a little bit. I'm not much of an English talker. I only went up to grade 2. I didn't go to Residential School. Sometimes I wish I would have, but it so happens that I was supposed to go that next day. The school burned down. My prayers were answered. But anyway, I was raised up north in the trap lines. And I didn't go to school very much because every time I go to school, the teacher would beat me up with a pole cue. Because we cannot talk Cree in the school. So once we talk Cree, bang, bang, bang. Oh, I used to feel sorry for the kids. But anyway, what elders used to say up north there, they were smart, those elders. They knew all about what's going to happen. They knew this was coming. They know. One elder had said the first time they found Canada, when they were going to come over, and somebody had found it, he said, there's people living out there. And the government people out there said, oh, we have to get rid of them. We want that land. What they did, they came across a whole bunch of blankets. They become friends with some Indians, they give the blankets. It was smallpox in those blankets. A lot of Indians died on that smallpox. Then it continues. It never stopped. Then they said they were trying to starve the Indian. They said, we'll have to kill off all their buffalo. That's what they live on. Okay, they killed the buffalo off. They couldn't get rid of Indian because the Creator had put us here to live. You know what they used to do? They used to travel, the Indians and the family. They find a bunch of buffalo bones. They used to boil them. When they boil them, oil comes out of those bones. That's what they give to their kids and themselves. Sure, they were starving, but it never ends. The Indian continues to live, so on. Then they give us this cow and plow. That's our treaty right. Sure. An old elder had lived north of my place. I used to go and visit him when I was a kid. He said he had a whole bunch of cattle. He had plow. They farmed. Used to get ration to work. Then they had a lot of cattle. Indians had a lot of cattle. Then he told me, he said, one time, he said, the Indian agent used to sell the calves. We never got money, he said. We go to the Indian ban office or whatever to go and get a paper, go and get groceries in the store. Or finally they quit giving us grain and plows. Then one guy told us, he said, the government quit helping us, our treaty right, he said. He quit helping us. Sure enough, he said, we never got no more help because we had a lot of cattle. The government had said they're going to have so many cattle out there, there'll be no land left for us to use. The government is after our land. He'll never quit. Sure enough, he said, the white settlers start coming around, bring us liquor, start drinking. There goes our cows, there goes our cows. Said, finally, we went broke. And it'll never stop. I'm going to make this fast. I got a lot of story about this. But anyway, it so happens, and they used to say when the government wanted to get rid of Indian, all right, we'll build residential schools. We'll take that Cree out of those kids, make them into white people. English, just English. That's why the kids were punished in schools, residential schools. Lots of that story, lots of you know that. But it continues. In our treaties, we're not supposed to drink. No alcohol. Finally, the government said, oh, we'll give those guys liquor, let them drink. Lazy and crazy. Then we'll have a chance, they'll quit working. Then we'll have a chance. We use the reserves. That happened, sure enough. I was right in there when I was 18 years old when they let us drink at Paradise Hill. I remember that. Oh, the bar was just so full. Oh, everybody hollered, oh, nice looking beer and all that, but we didn't know the future of it. Lots of them sold their teams and traps and everything to drink, to drink, to drink. That happened. No, couldn't get rid of the Indian. Indians are still alive. The government never quit. Now, the drugs. They're after our young people. We got 10 or 12 RCMPs out here. That reserve is full of drug dealers. I'll say that. Because every night I see them drive around. Who got arrested? Nobody. We just kept burying our young people. Every week we bury them. Overdose, trouble. What does the government do? Nothing. He's probably laughing out there. Oh, we're getting closer to getting to that reserve. Then finally, this is maybe the last shot. We'll pay for that cow and plow. We'll pay them. They pushed in the medicine chest in there. It wasn't in there. 3 things. The time they signed the treaty, it wasn't in there. It was just cow and plow, medicine chest in there. Now, we accept the money. There goes our medicine. 5 years' time, we'll start paying for everything. Our schools, 5, 10 years' time. And think about it, 5, 10 years' time, it'll be young chief and council. They're going to be hard up. The government will offer them big money for another line of treaty. Sure, they'll accept it, that and that. In 40, 50 years' time, one elder had said a long time ago, he said, he's seen this coming. They knew this was coming. Elders, they were smart. One elder had said, you know, years and years from now, the government is going to build a house. Okay, you live there. I'll feed you. But we're going to use your land. We're going to farm your land. And that's coming. That's coming. Those elders, they were smart. They were smart. They seen what's happening. They seen what's happening. What the one elder had said, what they were told when they held up their pipes in the sweat lodge or wherever, they were told from above. Then one elder had said, all right, if that starts, white man start farming our lands, we'll have little reserve full of our houses. Then the white man will start coming in. Oh, he'll want that. He'll want that little bit where we live. That's the time something great is going to happen from the sky. Loud. Something is going to happen. It's going to hurt. But the Indians are going to be spared. And that land will not be touched. After that, the white man is going to go and cry to the Indian people, help us, help us. Because they had destroyed Mother Earth all over, poisoning it, poisoning it. The Indians seen this coming. They knew the white man is going to poison the world just for Sonyao to get rich. But the Indian is proud of his Mother Earth. That's why we let the trees grow. You know the trees, they're protecting us. Any bad sickness come, the trees, they stop it. That's why we're still alive. Mother Earth is protecting us, and He's going to protect us for a long, long time to come. We're never going to disappear because the Creator has put us here in this world, and we're going to live here forever. The white man will do anything, 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 but he'll never get it in the end. Sure, he might hurt us all the way like right now. Huh? He's hurting us, buying our cow and plow thing. What does that cow and plow do to us? 2 days' time we're broke, buy an old truck, get drunk. What I've been saying, I'm not a smart person, no. I've been saying to some counselors, collect 100-year back pay. Cow and plow deal. It's supposed to help us every year to farm. That's aquaculture on the treaty. He's supposed to help us every year. No, he cut it off. About 100 years, collect 100-year back pay and leave our cow and plow. It's still our treaty right. I'm taking too much time here. But one thing I'm going to say to these kids here, we love you all. We love you all. Your parents love you. What your parents tell you, listen to them. Listen to them. You know what? As you're growing up, you go out walking all night. That never used to be allowed years ago. No. Our parents used to respect our parents. Your parents cry all night if you don't come home. You don't know that. But love your parent. Whatever your parents tell you, do it. Respect. That's the first thing your parents will tell you. Have respect for people. Have respect for elders. Have respect for a crippled person. All that. And work. And work. That's the way that we were treated when we were young. I'm 87 years old. That's a long, long time. I probably walked around the world, I think, I don't know. But anyway, that's what I like you young people to do. When you go home, you grab your mom, tell her, I love you. Grab your dad, tell her you love him. That's the way to live. Then you'll become good people in the future. The way the other ones are living right now, walking up and down the road, walking up and down the road. I feel sorry for them. Sometimes I give them rides. I talk to them quite a bit. And some say they're dangerous. Don't give them rides. Sure. But some, I give them rides. I give them rides and I talk to them. I talk to them. You know one guy I talked to for a long time? When we got to his place there, I said what he could have been. He could have had a nice car, nice job, and educated instead of this, walking up and down, backpack on your back. When I got him home, he held his head down. He looked at me, tears were in his eyes. He grabbed my hand and he said, "You know what? Nobody ever talked to me like this. Nobody ever talked to me like this," he said. I'm glad you all what you said. I'm glad. I never seen him after that. I don't know. He went to work or went to school. I don't know. Maybe he's in jail. I don't know. But anyway, that's what I do when I give them rights. I talk to them. I talk to them rough too. I don't baby them. I talk to them. But anyway, I think I talk enough here. Thank you very much.
Hi. Elder Willard Harper. Eko kap ng tutuaya. Eko kinoisi se papehut. Yesterday he had wanted to speak, and now he told me earlier that he had a meeting that he was going to be attending to as well. So he needed but he still wanted to stay here and talk to us.
Idlanet esalot ina. Judy Ness Hushesen, Shlochuk 12. My name is Judy Ness, that's my government name. I'm from Coal Lake First Nations. I want to thank you all for all that has been done for us to be gathered here, for the pipes that were lifted, for the prayers. These meetings are so short. We need more time than this. I remember back in the day, our people used to meet and have a meeting for at least 6 days until everything was said. But first of all, I want to thank you, Creator. Masinas tano yadaria duhunsinegedzinezo. Hurlyu jadet ek hurlyu alusinuk another day nezuali nebros care. Thank Creator for gathering us here and for the beautiful day. A couple of things that bother me as I got on in my years. My mother was Métis. My dad's Dennis Utlina. I was raised without any language, just English. We were not taught any of our languages except the small words. Dogosamo, Nipsinata, when I wasn't behaving. You know, Mitso, and then our Dene language. So as I grew older and I became a mom, I raised my 5 boys. Today I have 15 grandchildren, 3 great-grandchildren, and they don't know our language either. I didn't think it was important enough to teach them, but today I'm teaching myself my Dene language and Cree. I have a lot of Cree relatives, a lot of Dene relatives, so I'm learning. One of the things that was asked is, what is it that we want to talk about? For me, I want to talk about the loss of our language and our culture and our communities. It's good to see the kids here. They're learning their language. Masi Nastanyadaria. My friend and I, my sister Margaret and I, we work in the language and culture department on our community. We do what we can. We hold camps for our community members. Next week, we're going to be doing a men's camp by the lake. There's so many treaty promises that were broken. We're the result of it today. I also want to thank our ancestors. The one that signed treaty for us was Uldai. Here, I guess here. Because of him, we are treaty people. Because of those that sacrificed their lives, did the work that they needed to do. The work that needs to be done is up to all of us. We can't just always put it on chief and council. Our people like to blame chief and council for everything that's not happening. I'm only one person in my community. I don't drink. I gave that up 40 years ago. I raised my boys. I don't do drugs. I don't smoke cigarettes. I'm trying to be a role model. We all owe it to the next generations. We talk about the 7 generations. We owe it to them to do better today. We owe it to them to provide for them for the next 7 generations. I see my people coming in the office. They're talking to themselves. They're shaking. Not like this, but flailing. We know what that's from. There's a lot of money in our country. I'll give you an example. When I was in council years ago, at that time I was told that $40,000 per head was released from the Treasury Board in Ottawa for each band member. For our reserve, that's 3,000 people. Today, that would equate to 120 million. We get $198,000 for housing. We have companies that we've had to develop so that we can support the programs that we need to support. Our medicine has clause. Our medicines, when I went to see a doctor, I had hurt my knee. You were going to give me a painkiller. So when I went and brought my prescription in, he said, no, this one here you have to pay for. I said, but I'm treaty. Well, we'll give you another one. It'll do the same thing. That's what's happening with our medicines. We need our elders to teach us these medicines. We need to learn these medicines from Creator, from the land. We have oil and gas in our community, in our traditional territory. We had to define our traditional territory so that we can lay claim back to the land that was taken away from us. And yet these programs are the ones that are paying for all that we need. And yet we still need more. We have over 3,000 members now, and the little ones are coming up. Must see. I just wanted to really stress that. Let's do better for our children. We talk about our children being our priority. Well, then let's make them that priority. They shouldn't be the last thing on the agenda. They should be the first thing on the agenda. Because if not, who are we doing it for? So I didn't want to take up much time. A few minutes. I just wanted to make that point. There's so many issues that all of our leaders, they face. Many of our leaders face many, many challenges. They have a lot to deal with. The drugs and the alcohol, we brought that up yesterday. Today, I challenge all of you to make your home an alcohol and drug-free, safe home for our children. When I was growing up and I was being abused, I didn't have any place to go. Let's make that place for our kids. Let's not just talk about it, let's do it. Masi, salute ina.
Hi. Thank you very much. Scott Belsak, if I can get you to grab the microphone. Yeah, there's kegatse gwaya ase mitsu and tagotsegateo. The food is already here, and I was also asked to kind of segue into to ask the men and the elders to kawitsita so tigwistoao. With the wrapping of the Treaty 6 Sacred Bundle, that's going to happen here right away too. So having said that, just before we have lunch, Awasak, the children and the schools that are here, I believe they are going to bring bagged lunches for you guys. That for those of you who don't have a lunch that you brought over, so that way when we open the line to the tent over here, it will be for our elders and our visitors who are here. If there is anything left over after, not left over, I'm saying it wrong, but the other children who have not gotten a bagged lunch, you guys can line up there too as well. But so that's how we're going to try and do it. We're going to take a break now, and I don't know if we're going to continue on with the Elders Forum. I would suggest so, because there are a lot of elders who still want to say a few words, to our youth that are here too as well. Another reminder, while the Sacred Bundle ceremony is taking place, students, I'm talking to you guys. When the Sacred Bundle ceremony is taking place, don't go over there to try and investigate what's going on. Just know that there is something sacred that is taking place over there. So kind of stay away from the sacred fire and the teepee. Stay on this side and be respectful too as well. No yelling, no running around in a way that is very distracting. So, did I forget anything? Okay, I think we got everything. Not that Leon was listening anyway. The leadership, tapoy gani. Onigani wak, ogemawak, kiwak into imgo nawa minegote, tape witsita suyeget tagituan. So our leadership and our chiefs too as well. We want you at the teepee. So Iksama, we'll take a break, and we need somebody to do the blessing of the food. Oh, how about you say that?
Yeah. Ni tenak sinoya nahatsaganam kapihtatama. He's asking from different communities if he have anything that you want to add on to the bundle. The men can, head over to the teepee and give it to the bundle holder. If you guys have anything that you brought to add to the bundle, can we come go on it teepee?
Just another note, napewak pogone tema tipi in tomawak ogamakanak. Mo wichet tomak sama snago tigyama 3D bundle wa wiskama. I know it's lunch break, but please keep the noise reduction down, please, because they're doing a ceremony at the same time. So just teachers, if you're hired, just let them know. They're doing a ceremony at the same time here. Lunch is here, I believe, so enjoy your break, have a good lunch, and we'll continue on with the Elders Forum, I'm assuming, after the break. Eksama.
Oh. So napewak kintoim go now for the medicine bundle, for the bundle ceremony. Kintoim go now nete.
Check 1 2 1 2.
All right. Just gonna do a practice round. Let us know when you're ready to go. Me too. This is my first time doing this. Can I wear a pouch on my shoulder? Right now? Okay. Both of us together or just me? Just separate. Get a little bit closer. All right. Tell us when Go Shot is ready.
You do the speaking, I just show up live right now.
Okay. Hello, guys, and welcome back to 7 Gen. Today we are here with
Ashakia Jack
and
Preston Spyglass.
we're going to ask them some questions today about the Treaty 6 gathering here today. Let me see. Where are you from?
I'm from Makwasagaigan, but reside in North Battleford, Saskatchewan.
Okay.
In Mosquito First Nation.
Okay. And what do you enjoy about the gatherings here?
I really like the sense of community and how everyone is able to come together and just I feel at home here. It feels really nice, and I feel like they should have a lot more of these.
Yeah, like bringing people together.
Yes, exactly. They need more gatherings for the community.
Definitely. And what do you like most about our Treaty 6 benefits?
I don't know how to answer this because I feel like some of our benefits are really good, but at the same time, I feel like they can be improved.
Yeah,
in a lot of different ways. Where, I don't know, it can go really deep.
That's exactly what we go on to. There's a lot of different questions I have in here. Hold on. It says, what hopes do you have for our future generations and our ongoing treaties? Like you're talking about how it's like a lot of them are unpromised, may still face a lot of challenges today with Treaty 6. So what are some of your hopes that we have for the future?
Okay, so I have this big dream. Sorry if it's off, but I have this huge dream where our schools are just Cree.
Okay.
In the areas, maybe if it's in a different nation, they have their language of schools. You understand? So I have this huge vision where maybe one day, even in the cities,
the kids you can eat just today. East of the Big Tent.
Language is dying.
It is.
And it's we have our arts, our traditions, and our ways of life, but really what holds everything together is the language, and I feel like that should be a main focus.
Definitely with today's time and how our culture is, like you said, dying. We definitely need more education with it. But thank you for your time today. See you guys.
Thanks for having us.
Okay, bye. Oh, wait, what? Oh, wait. I didn't even see that. I forgot you guys. My bad. That's my apologies. What are you guys selling here today? What's some of your...
Okay, so we're working with Treaty Art and as well as my own business, Indulge and Dig. So what we have are treaty medallions, and we make them out of pewter. We decided to go with pewter because that's what they used to use a long time ago when they were first making them. And our focus is to get the treaties out there. I feel like they hold a lot of significance for sovereignty and just our people, for the treaties, what they really hold, what they really stand for. So yeah, that's where we sell tomahawks. We do all different size treaty plates, right up to 6 foot treaty plates, and huge signs for different reserves. Yeah, so we do quite a bit of different things.
All kinds of stuff like tomahawks and more different types of stuff coming up in the future.
Okay. Do you guys just sell it by your name, or do you have a name for your products?
Well, we have Treaty Art.
Okay.
So yeah, Treaty Art. If you guys wanna,
that sounds like
a treaty medallion.
You guys want to purchase one?
So we do signs. We've done signs for Mosquito, a bunch of different nations, right? And Mosquito, I just know that one because that's one I personally helped with. I did help with a couple other ones. I just don't know the names of the reserve.
Okay, it's okay.
Off the top of my head.
Pretty famous here then.
Yeah, so if you see a lot of the signs and they have these huge treaty plates on them, they were done by Treaty Art.
Okay, they're very beautiful. They look very nice. Well, thanks. That's all for today. Thank you. See you guys. Hey guys. Okay, and this is everybody lining up for lunch here at the Treaty 6-Day gathering. We got some delicious meals going on. Not really too sure. Check it out after.
While that ceremony is taking place, it's not that you're being prevented from being there, but you can participate that way. But on that,
We're gonna start
on
walking
that,
around. Let us know if
eastern
it cuts
side
out
of the
anywhere.
Kibipo.
Okay. Where's Gukam Sarah? Really?
I know you're on a next movie in Hollywood, In California, will take it. Hollywood. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we're Hollywood filmmakers right now. Should we go in there? Okay, yeah, I was gonna say it looks a little busy. I think we should wait.
You're from here?
No, I'm from Little Pine, actually. Yeah, but she's from Onion Lake. Yeah. Where are you from?
From here.
From here?
Onion Lake.
Okay.
I'm not.
Oh, what's your name?
Wapa Maska Esquel.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, okay. My name's Aisha. So there's our podcast with 7Gen.
I'm original. My mom was from Palmmakers.
Really?
I'm related to Chatsis and Chief Palmmaker, Descendant, and Big Bear.
Okay, all the originals, all the OGs. Okay, nice to meet you.
Yeah, my grandfather was old Biguescan. And there was Palmmakers and Yellow Mud, Sawaski, Swimmers, all that family. That's where I'm from. But I'm from Onion Lake.
Yeah, that's your original home.
My grandma. My grandma was from here.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's where we originally come from with late Japan Walter. What was that?
I'm actually the Sigaskuch descendant. My dad's.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So one of
I'm the actual.
My grandfather.
One of the originals too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Paul Chief.
Oh, Paul Chief. Wow. Okay.
And, what's his name? Jimmy. The other one, the one that was cheaper. Oh, yeah. Come back. Yeah, Robert Chief was chief here for many years. That was my mushroom too. Not hers, mine.
Paul Chief.
Okay. You guys still have a fun sense of humor. Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, my dad's dad was here. 13 years. That's a long time. Not really though.
Well, nice meeting you too. Thank you for your time.
Which camera are you on?
He said he's on P2. That's why I was like, it's okay if we stand. Yeah, P2. Should we go around to that side where people are not lined up for lunch? Just follow it? An interview? Okay. Shoutouts. No, that's what I was thinking to go to the other side. Okay. Okay. Okay, it's right now. Maybe this is as far as we can go around this area. Okay. It's cut out over here. Probably too far, or maybe the tree line. All right.
Shall we go into the tent?
I think we should go into the tent. All right. Alrighty. Some kids want to be in it, but I'm scared. Looking for some people to interview here. Just let me scout. See who's not busy. What, Mike, is it good over here or is it still bad?
Good afternoon. Just a quick, I just want to see if there's any Onion Lake Education Board members. If you are here, can you go meet Mr. Pelly on this side of the tent? Yes, please. Thank you.
Mic check, mic check. Okay. Should we review? Is that it? Or venue. Would you like the 7th Generation podcast interview? You a couple. You're too shy? Okay. At least you're honest. No worries. I always recognize his work. Around here. The powwows, everything you'll see. Okay. Wow. What about now? Okay, it's probably just because of tent, maybe. Okay, okay. Do you think it'll be good now? Okay. Let's go check it out. That's one of the venues they have here at the Treaty 6 Day event. Well, the gas. It's nice. It's nice to see it. We're gonna go check out this Alexander First Nation tent. We're not sure what it is, but we'll go ask a couple questions. Go spread the word. And that's okay. Asking we're having some.
If there are any education board members, please come over to the north side of this big tent. Lazarus is right here. Education board members, Kiwa, Astamik.
There we go. Now it's connected. Check your levels. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Checking 1 2. Checking 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. Hey, oh hey. We're at the Treaty 6 gathering. Where are you today? Come on down.
Alright, I can hear you.
Okay. Good. We have a mic.
I mean, we're still live. Should I just continue talking anyway?
You could probably just turn that on so that people can hear that there's no sound.
You got it connected?
Yeah, just reset the system. Or even oh yeah, eh?
Where?
Laying this.
Hard-working man, that's what I need.
From my mama. Back at home. I'm trying to get into a program. Maybe I might try one. How was lunch? Oh, from being in the back. Get this set down. I can put it on. Just see.
Is it going like this?
Alien.
Yeah, it looks like I'll be working if you maybe here, hey? Not with you, though. You'll see me from time to time, but I'll be editing.
Because they don't have any. And I had a white thing.
Yeah, and then also this company who I work for. The one I'm selling this stuff is from my brother.
That's the one, yeah.
I'll check that.
I'll test it. I'm even in there a couple shots, but I'm mostly behind the camera. But I directed it and everything.
This is a tiny documentary?
And no, dude, it's a movie.
Oh, really?
10-minute film movie, yeah. Turn it up.
Okay, I was wanting to make a bunch of stuff, like even around here, I'm writing a bunch of screenplays about like not only history but also like some I kind of get into the writing program. Did you write all this, dude?
And then edit it out myself too.
Kind of got me. That's what I kind of like is this raw kind of
funny humor, eh?
Hey, that's what I mean. It's all freaking.
I want to make one about my life, eh? Cause like, I was telling my honey, I want to make a movie about myself because I used to be the craziest kid, eh? From, you ask your dad and auntie something. I was the kid that always getting kicked out of school for stupid reasons. I want to make it called the Arthur.
That'd be pretty cool.
Just the name Arsenal, like Arsenal, not Arsenal, but Arsenal.
Arsenal?
Yeah, I did all the crazy shit I did. I have 34 broken bones in my life. That's what I have a story to tell.
Yeah, this is fucking sick.
Watch it, I'll put a picture of that.
Yeah.
Is there still any food left, like in the back over there for the elders who were in the ceremony? Our elders who participated in the ceremony, who were in the ceremony, they had missed dinner. So I've talked to the organizers. They've ordered for 30 or so lunches from the cafe down in downtown Onion Lake. So Capetano, they will bring lunches over for those of the elders that had missed, that were taking part in that ceremony. Awasak Piatik.
Yeah, we're also live right now. I heard good things about this. Also, yeah, we chat. Yeah, I can do it for you. Thank you. Have a great day. Stop.
Aha, say me no ako magantik. Taginanas kumo. Say me the bundle ceremony kakisita. To our elders and our Ogamaok that participated in the bundle ceremony, we do have food that is going to be coming in from the cafe. Specials natsahenan tamitsweg. Ekwa, going back to the agenda too as well. Atsio Kiapits will continue on with the Elders Forum with a couple more speakers. Ekutotsego egota. Eguniho imina treaty sticks. Tamam skutsigate. Darlene Little Bear nuin tamao etsigapea kapea tsimotapsis. Ego pagagami na nutsawi se uipix kwe hate guta Wallace Sego, Wallace Fox, tape at mustagoya. After the treaty sticks, we'll go back to our original agenda. Treaties 1 through 11, update kapits tamigo yauma. We still have the update to continue on with. Bill S2. Mina tatimamamsku tamiomitse membership. And there was a question that was asked of me from the audience earlier. Matansi hawieka pugaya will the original treaty card that we used to have. Notek skate moktan se snauk igi snauk see it. So egomina that will be probably one of the questions that will be asked. Restorative Justice Panel. Jolene Carter, Dorothy Patagan, Wainomi Dion, Sigaso Gegwinik, the Petamagunog. Sigascooch High School. Sigascooch High School. Giwao, head over to your bus. You guys are going back to school. Sigascooch High School. Sigascooch. Sigascooch High School. You guys are going back to school. Go to your bus. So kete kawe gintum tinan pe apik kawe. Kawe gati mamatsita na anu. Our elders, if you can make your way back to your seats, Sustamik, we will get started once again with a couple more of our elders, and then we'll go to the treaty sticks presentation. Just a couple more speakers, and then we'll jump to the treaty sticks. Yeah. Ixagawe, we will get started once again. Just a reminder earlier on, in terms of the elders' discussion, the elders' forum, a lot of our elders were given tobacco to come and sit. Tapea yapiek, egokisto tapea tsimuik, oasak, shh, napesak, squesak, beatik, shh. We're gonna get started again. Ega, thank you. Hi. And so, in terms of the discussion, kiksep kita na no kiwa ete tamek kiwa etagi wawi tama tsika awas saga pumina tapmka kiskusum tuig mina to remind each other as to what you guys think is important for today. Kiwa maite tamek. So I'll look for whoever wants to lead the discussion once again, like we did this morning. So I see the first hand up. So we're going to go with a couple speakers. We'll jump to the agenda. Treaty sticks. It's agate mamam skutsegato.
Ho on salut ine Margaret Marshall Hushiet Luachuktuea Huts Easte. My name is Margaret Marshall and I come from Cold Lake, and in our language we call it Luachuktuea, which means big fish waters. I wanted to share a little bit, about our languages. I grew up with my grandmother, and about the age of 6, I was returned back to my mom and dad so I could start school. But my mom and dad never spoke to us in Denisutline. They spoke to us only in English, and as a result, that language went away on me. About 10 years ago, I took some training in our Dene language, and I started to work on myself and my language. And realizing the importance of it, made me cry many times, because there were times throughout my teaching, and I teach I teach in the schools, I teach adults, and I teach wherever I can what I know, and I teach my grandchildren, because I didn't speak my language to my children. My children are all grown up, and only now I can share a few things to them. I share some words that are very deep, and I cannot translate those words into English. When I studied the linguistics part of language, they told us to, might as well say, dissect our language and take it apart and then try to explain it through that way. And I said, I can't. I have to say it as it is. It's not a language we can tear apart and try to put meaning to it, because much of our language is so deep. I was, through this learning process that I'm on, this learning journey that I'm on, a lot of our elders back home have criticized me. And it's sad. It hurts. And there were many times when I went home crying because I was called stupid and dumb and I don't know nothing. And this one lady came and she said, well, how much of that language do you know? I said, not much, but I'm learning. And then she said, well, I guess when I'm gone, there goes our language. And I said, not necessarily, because if we're willing to learn and we're willing to try and we're willing to teach our children, our language will not disappear. And she got angry with me and got up and left. Denisutline is who I am. We were called Chippewan. We were not Chippewan, we were Denisutline. But that's what our people heard for many years. And that's how we were described as a group of people. The Dene are from way up north, way down to New Mexico, all on a range that far to the mountains into Saskatchewan and Manitoba. My roots come from the Saulteaux language. My great-grandmother was a pure Saulteaux, and she traveled to Cold Lake, and that's where she married. But my grandfather was a Saulteaux also. He came with his mother. You know, we look at our little children today and we think, you know, they don't listen, they don't, you know, but I know they listen. It's one time at home, I'm a widow now, but when my husband was alive, he was a fluent speaker. And he said to me, I want to show you something. And I said, what is it? He said, I'm going to say to my grandson, go get my jacket, he said, in English. And my grandson was sitting on the floor playing. He was only about 5 or 6 years old, and my grandson didn't move. He just sat there. And then in Denisutline, he told him again, go get my jacket. Without any hesitation, my grandson got up and went and grabbed his grandfather's coat. And he said, you see the difference. Our language is not mean. It doesn't criticize. And our children will learn that, and they can be good, kind children, knowledgeable children. You know, I don't ever feel any child should feel what I felt when I was growing up. I believe, and I teach my grandchildren how to call me grandmother. C'est Tsone. They call me Tsone. And I keep stressing it on them. I have 2 grandchildren in Toronto. I go over there, and when I talk to them on the phone, whatever little language I know, I share with them. Our children are so lost, and I've heard it over and over as I sat here in this forum. We need to listen. Listen with our hearts, listen with all that we are, so we can pass that knowledge on, even as far as our treaties. My dad worked for the Indian Association of Alberta when I was just a young girl. And he came and he sat in all these meetings, and we never talked about it. He came home, he fought, like he would fought at a level of our chiefs and councils, but he never spoke to it, and he didn't even speak to me in Denisutline. All that I'm saying is just because I've experienced working with children. I taught kindergarten for 10 years on my reservation of Cold Lake. And for me, when I was teaching, I had an uncle who would come in and teach the Denisutline to those little kids. And I could see the joy that he brought those little kids. I didn't understand, but I was a witness to it. And so, you know, with that, you know, I know they can pick it up if we continue to speak daily with them. It doesn't matter where we are. Try not to speak English. We're the teachers. We're the grandparents. We're the parents of these young children. It's not their fault. It's our fault for some of us that they don't speak their language. Now's the time, because we are fighting for our treaties. We're fighting for everything in our own communities because we don't have our language. And one person told me, no language, no culture. We bring them back to the land. We do on-land learning. We teach them our traditional ways when we do our camps. I teach in the city schools of Cold Lake. I teach them about my history, what happened to us in Cold Lake. Our kids suffered big time. My brothers and sisters older than me were in residential school. My mom was in residential school here in Onion Lake. I remember her talking about that. And I used to wonder why my brothers and sisters that were older than me were so mean. It was until years later that I found out it was the residential school, the not knowing who they were, not knowing their language. My older brothers and sisters, before they went to residential school, could speak Denisutline. And then not long ago, my older sister, she just left the spirit world just last January. Only in the last few years picked up her language, and she was proud. I am proud of who I am today because I'm giving it a good try. I'm giving it a good, I'm giving it with all my heart to identify who I am. And that's why these children here are here, because we want them to know. We want them to live in this world that can be so cruel to us at times as Denisutline, the Cree, the Blackfoot, every culture of this Turtle Island. Like you said, we are the stewards of this land, and we need to protect it, and we have to protect it for our children and the children yet to come. I'm a grandmother and a great-grandmother, and I hold it deeply and strongly in my heart to continue the journey that I have become. And I will, and hopefully, and pray that I will do it until the last breath that I take. Masi chok salot ina.
Hi, thank you very much. I apologize, but yeah, it's in terms of the agenda, yeah, to move to the next one, Treaty 6, the Peak Scott, and so we're going to ask Darlene.
She wanted me to.
Okay. Okay, so get snum out in microphone.
Oh, need some smudge. Danse, Clinton Mason, Sigasun, Wichikaskisu, Sagaiga Notinia. So I'm going to call up Wallace Fox here shortly, one of my leaders here, one of my Japan students. So 29 years ago, my Japan, Jim Kanipte Teo, Wapchu Sigasut, at a young age, 12, he was started his learning. He learned from his elders, and he was here treaty signing when he was young, and he was given these 10 sticks of Treaty 6. My guys, they're talking sticks. They have a spirit. They are living sticks. They're talking sticks. They are meant to teach us. So my family have been the keepers of these sticks for 29 years, and they live here in Onion Lake. And I'm going to invite Wallace up here. He holds the story passed down from my Japan, and he's going to share the story of these sticks with all of you. And I'm going to ask my aunties to come and sit here. We offered them protocol.
Ayanista, I just want to say hi, epe mitzeti epe situsko aeguk. Oge kai sitsegetik. Tano mea kagwe sugasta yo magiano our treaties kau kapasagunama exmanan musum egi petua. Mitse tao managi ko egi pe witamaga ega epe opigia nistanan ngisa si pitenan moten tutoayag maga ngaks kesumtenan ego tuman. That's the reason why we're here, to remind each other of what our treaties are, ego the history of it all. Ego ya nimusuman egitoet ego man here treaty sticks egitoet talking sticks ani atsumunana. And there, when you see the English version of the meaning of those 10 sticks, it's a deeper meaning than what is listed on the paper. It's only one piece of paper outlining Kiwanihe, those 10 treaties, or 9, but the 10th one was the contract, or Kaitagik in the Munya language. Ega egi pewa itamago amanam stahe. My Musum used to tell us lots of things about the treaties and how he got the treaty sticks. At the age of 12, he was chosen by the elders to be an uskapeos, a helper to the elders. He was taught the big lodge, kakyo songs, ceremonies. At the age of 17, kimiao hewiastics kaganueta, katsmut, about these sticks and how they originated from, where they originated from. Like we pitatuganin an squawak. He taught the males more than he taught us females. Ninanwia plants and flowers and gigs namagonan, but the stories behind the treaty sticks are held by his students. Egawa pegaya ni timnan Wallace egama mstahe kiwi tamago egi piat mutmana egi panwitsewat mana ni temone musuma egama egi pixkoetsek egama naskumun mana mo just a sipita wiawa egang ngamiawa egoma wia katsmut tapsis hi.
Ano ako magantik. Tamskat na ni kan kahkyo mamohtawi mo wihune. Ukshimane se tigo como somno. Mitsite tigo mo eksketena opu tansigis ni hiwi hasut. Kapimiahko igisi hasut. Magigo inistik skehtama no ako magantik. Magigipena nasko mag Egipeus pauihit, iguma ni hiu mam tenetsikan. Ni hiu gagi simun. Hawi skoge tueta no chutak tohtem no. Iguniga hiuge gami chetiki pix nuhtamut. Egiwan sisutahit, utapegang iwan sisonan. Impigap tihut pegang gintawapnan, gintawan sisonan. Yuktiga gimaut sitatsik, instam ni hiog. Utikiwit nomen sagangin topihik. Itago tamotus pogan. Uskitsiatik, stemao. Tansugi na isini haganag. Tantiut pasukuya. Moyut timog. Namo tsaga simo. Igune Kayas ni hiopik skon igiapatihtat kagi mamo pemanigitustamugnista. Utan chuampe kayaw Ernie kisn patini katamanigikoy. Ngagis mo totoo wista kinuisigi pewitsiawat yugunok senipana. Iku kagi asunamod mpagwis mo kamig mas kumatutsan. Iku nohe kakskate megnite mo tahta askio gigipihto ka mas kumatutsan igipihto ka ohe igikikapit pugoyego kau kagwito tsigati. Moi minigam no apahtin igwa tansiga gisini kata. Iku no kumaganti mamam tinihtaman. Nema po itaskun gyon ititipa matutaskun gyon. Iku min na mauyak. Na magigumix kahtaman. Makamani musko kahtaman. Ikskisyan spatnani tigawigit. Imatutsia. Utikitat itihtikunap. Imatut. Hanos Uyasuna mata ni kunikikoya. Minuto kam ko na itaskun gyaw na. Kanoy tamo no simak nsapanak. Kita tu tigini kanyo. No ti stohtagaw. Kanoy ta. Ikupugun to tamataan miskuts. Kawe katuan kiskisa. Ngipin pagus mo ni kanwike. Tanti minugami uto tayo na mo eksketsikatyo. Mstahigi mamskome mstaimaskwa. Mstahigi mamskome omosoma ugno kagi osihtait omosompa na hota kagi hayait kagi tiputsikit igoma sutamagion tipamatun kitanano. Nguitoe maumitsi to. Wawis kagi semua kapian. Ikuitoe magigutahtapu ikseino. Igutahtapu ikiteya ikitehtaman mana. Ipegaga kuitsimit. Kitehten suman nussem kahkiugi ikskehtaman kagi sumun. Ahanta. Ainanem tanoi tahtoppunit. Usama ga tiwapam tanya wansim gawin. Stema kami gawin hui pinasun. Homatagam gon, homitas kun gyon, homagagi simon, homan gamon. Akusigun yat sepoy haman, sepoy ay tas kun gyn. Magat ko apam tin gawan sim gawin muso. Hanos sim. Tapuim steikik timagimen, igisit. Homagay swap minis pihtak chinian. Namatsa po api ton tip tutin. Tan suwi ok seno kaki piupigian agi sinigataga. Euk tagaki o apahtaman tapahtimun no kumagantik. Igi tapahtimu tiguk seno. Iwo tano manus semikihtuit. Hanut seno apahtene goniti. Kagihtuit. Ika kuim chimehtaman. Igunikikoya. Igunohe mstuksa. Igigagi sumototagi. Kihtei panak. Kagi usihtan. Utagagi tipotsikitsik. Igunohe. Kaya suspin. Maga kukwis nitokskisyan omsigisipskihtas tatu hinyanan. Minogot taga. Ego na peo gaki petao akit aski ngongis ksenisi gasut. Igi maga mstay masko. Igi upiki hati seguno na peo. Eguno he kaki tipu chikeito tak kaki tasui. Imam sko chikeote uma asutamagion. Ekte so homo soma kaki pasikoit. Egunohe mstuksa. Kia mas naigan kita pacitan. Ne te moske tsega gotik mi guape e gonianan. Mas neigan ki o kawap skuig e gonianan o he. E ki soehtage. Tahtum tanoi wagnem tanogigam tahtat o he. Mstuksa. E tippone magake. Spi kakiwinage. E sikskisian magweiton. E goma. En stamstugos e gihtuit. E gunohe gihtugomaa skueha atoske hagana. E guniktas pagagis mutsikaatio mpisem. Mpi maskusi. E tapointi. E tapointi e gunikahke gettokogi. E gunohe kasuttamagwa gitsogomasku. Aha, kitnaskum gotissa. E goma kapskihtastat. E goma gottak moitsenisso. Hao. Kipiagosku no nahtoapi. Paskua mostosagoge, psiskog. Jok teotsep maa tsisuja. Maa mohtaui mo niina nigi soimgoa egune psiskua. Jok ta kipiagoskapu. Kiti pei munsi. Iwi pamihia utikini ganyu. Egune gange kihtsihtiena moja. Ihan tapuan. Eguissa ni somamstugos. Egoma kamachi. Hau. Homa. No chichige op matsun. Aski op matsun. Egomina. Ewi agos kapoin. Egomaga. Moja kiawau ego. Kita poanchi. Egehtuitis. Egune senstuksa. Oma skigan toihtaman. Piig msit pugo kitton. Askiup matsun. Awagawapskuit kawihtakohtit. Tamas kamko. Kigway. Ei amaga soni amaga. Egutsimina. En toihtaman. Moja kiowawi ego. Egihto kutissa. Kita poansi. Uknessa manus kitsiahtuko. Tahuna mohat. Egoma. Moitsineo kitit. Egunohe. Mstuksa. Ogamina. Psisko gap mihatsik. Mpioma. Egutsiminen toehtaman. Egutsiminen wetawin. Witepehtaman. Namoja. Kiawau ego. Kiawau. Kita poanchi. Ei taate samana. Ego nianan stugos. Ego ego. Ohe kuttaga. Ego nohe. Mpi monaipan. Pugutayana o. Ketuin. Tomni hoegen pi. Namoja sa heigan. Ego nitsimina. Kiawau ego. Kahkio magagis nagatamagosi. Kiapetsiksi kisuaskawina o. O maskiup matsun. Ego nohigigoja tahtagagwitsihemot. Ego nyanhe. Mstokosmane somom segitastat. Kita bonsi. Hau. Omega. Ngutasik. Ego nohe. Suni auga mao gesihasut. Kapamihoja, kawitseoagania. Ego itteguen utkiti. Ego nohe contribution agreements. Ego nitsigit tapuan. Ego ipamihat utinihan. Ahan tapuan isigitit. Omega. Oheg moniao pikskona, moniao inison. Mas naigesi sa kamitin, kisin, kamianan. Igutu ko education kita me. Kita buansi. Nahan tapuan. Ego education, hunting, fishing, trapping, the economic, the trade, kakiogni, ukniki huapatage. Ugunego, oma, haksona, ni pea magake, na moin stonage. Maski hiwat, mi wat kisigatam. Igutsimi ni tapuin. Iguni iwitona moya, iwinata moya, medicine chest. Aha, gita gutis, tahtama ni gunohe. Igunohe, asutamagiona. Kaki kipikskono, kaki simon, kaki ogigwe. The way of life of our people, those are yours. We're not going to change that. How? Tansmagego. Hawa. Kichogama skurto asim sape sogamito. Wipigonako. Asotamagion. Ohigasutamoya. The newcomer comes and they break these treaties. The red coat was asked to stand here. Awagamitin. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police was supposed to protect us at that time of treaty, when the government or whoever was to try and break that. Igune, no humagantig ni sa TPI 6 kisyan, kaya suspend, kagipeta mani gunuhe, magigagi sumuane sugu kisyan, kakwim tsimehta, igi tuit mana, ukse, ngagi smutoto awog nitimog, matutsani ganagi pegoski, mino, kawi hokehta igohe, hangik sini panagotak, kim chapanwao, iguana, igenegani hit, kasama chago to tamigo. Truhe, pegono magawaps kagu, wipinason, yukso hegis nawage, squat nigagyawa pahtaman. Ego, asutamagi onoma, treaty talking sticks, itagi, paper. The Western world had this paper. They said, this is our documents, our documentation. And they were blessed in the ceremony at the time they were created. All those promises that were in there. There's another part of this. This lady that spoke, a relative from Cold Lake, that is never spoke about in treaties. When they spoke about this ceremony at the time of treaty, the sacred ceremonial women, that was our system before treaty. That was our system before reserves. They were asked their opinion. And one of those old women spoke, and she said what she saw in her vision was an elder standing, and the young people had their backs. And she was crying when she was saying this. Maga, utigini ganyog, igay po ni tata o kakisumun, kami mo tata piksko. Utigini ganyog, kite pasigo kakyong uskay gepigwiskat. In the future, if people do not give up about the language and the culture, she saw that in the future when an elder spoke, those young people turned around and faced them, and they were listening because of the language. And that spirit These are just his words, what he shared, the times I spent with him. If we do not continue this way, they saw this already. They saw where we are. When he was passed on these sticks, Kia go sapatin go apatin no sim. Hohe te pa matuna ewe ni suita. You are going to see. You're going to live to see where the treaties are going to be weakened. Uktomagaya is what he said. That's where we are today. And he had many wonderful students. And he had a lot of wisdom. And he always used to say, these are words from the old people, not mine. This is what he was shown and what he was told. I said in our language, he was 80 years old and we're going to have a sweat. And he asked me, do you think I know everything about the ceremony? And I nodded and I said, yes. Because I never see you look this way when a pipe is presented, or flag, or tobacco. You do the song, you do this pipe direction, you do the ceremony. You never get stuck. That's why I think you know everything. And he said, I am a pitiable man, he said. What you see me do here, all the lodges I've come to help people, I don't do half of what the old people where I grew up did it the way they did it. That was humility. Many people around this area knew this old man. He always used to say, don't bring other cultures and other ceremonies in our lands. That's what's going to happen when us ancient ones are gone, our old people. I see that today in our community. Kia, I'm preparing you. If you live to be my age, you're going to be doing these things. Keep these lodges and ceremonies and prayers for one day when my grandchildren, my great-grandchildren are ready, and then you can show that. Today, that is my nephew here, is Japan. That's his great-grandpa. They gave me protocol to come here. So that's what he wanted. Even their dad, when he started this after the old man passed away in Sispan, he used to ask me, how does Muslim do your pipe ceremony? How does he start his song? How do they? He used to tell me Muslim, he cried when he was sitting there up on a hill. Remember these, pass these, carry these, and always pray for my children, my family, my grandchildren, my great-grandchildren. So I passed his Sundance to you. I passed his Bear Lodge. 4 lodges he gave me to carry. We used to fast here, Sounding Lake, up north, and teaching me all of these things, with the pipe, with the tobacco, with the rock, even the berries. He said, "Utini gan mi chet umatutsani go na magskeh tam umpagos muni go tani giminsa. Bios muni go tani giminsa." He said, in the future, a lot of these lodge holders will not know why there's berries, why they're used there. How? He said, I'll tell you. All of these things I remember. I live in Calgary, I work over there. When I'm traveling up here, I remember. When I'm going in a ceremony, I remember. Some of his teachings, and what I see is missing, but I don't say nothing. He said, who are you to correct people? Sit over here, pray for them. No harm comes to their family. That's what he used to tell me. I don't know everything. I'm just a pitiful man. I only know what he said and other old people. And about this treaty, he said in 1983, that's when he told me that in the future you're going to sit. I wasn't even chief then, didn't even care about politics or do anything. It's not the white man and their policies that are going to be challenging. You are going to be a leader a long, long time. Laid on Alec Harper, Bernadine's dad. I sat with them, the old chiefs in the 80s. Before that, he said, you're going to sit around like this. Kawitap mo ko kumakanag. Muniaw pikas kon. Muniaw mam tanaytsagan. Muniaw ksna magyon. Ksna makson. Namoy wita po gehtage hegunohe. Namoy win stohtage. Akwatso sam istapahtugotsig. Muniaw mam tanaytsagan. Yugunigang gawi ay miskik. Yugtamagawi ay mgapoin. He said it's those leaders in the future you're going to sit with. And I wasn't even a counselor or nothing. Those people with the white man's education and the white man's language, no belief in ceremony, no belief in sweetgrass or what it stands for, no understanding. That's when you're going to hit the brick wall, he said. And I seen that over the years. One of the elders from Hobima over there asked me about some things that were talked about from the old people, whatever happened to them. And I said, you as elders talk about these things, give guidance, but when we try to move those collective leadership roles, that's where it stops. And I say this with all due respect to the leaders here. And I've said this many times in chiefs' forums. The only time we're automatically treaty chiefs is when there's a hunting charge, if there's a medical bill, if there's a fishing charge, and there's something like that. Then we talk treaty. The rest of the day, we're not. I've said it many times in many chiefs' forums. When we run and try and be in office, oh, treaty, treaty, treaty. And when we get in, we forget about it. That ceremony is about treaty. What is missing, and I've said this many times, there is a spirit in this treaty. Is that this is how you're standing up for people. Only one. Learn this pipe, learn this way, and you'll walk in balance, defending our people and our rights. What's happening, he said, only one arm. We're not strong. I have the greatest respect for people that have education, and I don't. But all I ask is look at this, explore this side. This is where the power of treaty is. The spirit of the treaty has been sleeping. When he brought me here to fast, those old people came. They were dressed in the old way 150 years ago. No shim. Nistanano menotigatya. Tansigakishna tamata. Igaiwiga chipsis game goya. Us in the spirit world, we're also hungry. How can we defend you and support you when you never acknowledge that in a feast for us? That's part of that spirit of that treaty. And these are just his words, not me. And they're all contained in this treaty stick. I'm going to be like one of you, an old age pensioner next year. So maybe by then I'll have more knowledge. But I just want to say thank you to Clinton and the rest of the people. And Joam here, Ernie, was there longer than me. He learned more of that sacred bundle as the keeper. And like I said, if I forgot, if I've missed, I've asked him to help about these treaty talking sticks. The last time I heard this, I sat with him. It was in Manitoulin Island in 1994 when he was asked to come out there. And that's when the last time I heard him talk about this. But in the end, now this, you know, the language is what she said, very descriptive. At that time in Manitoulin, he was talking about bear sweat. And somebody asked him, and I said, Muso, no, mas kumatuts ano ginotin stona. Ah, wapa ke kumatuts na no sim. Ganto mong to sitan. To we kawitio. He said, you'll go with these two guys. Tomorrow we'll build a bear sweat. So I went with these Ojibwe guys, got the willows, set up the sweat for them. And then we were sitting there after the rocks. I lit up the rocks, got the sweat ready. This woman shows up. Fair-looking woman, blonde, blue-eyed. What is this? And Mushom always used to sit like this on the ground. And we're having a sweat. What kind of sweat? It's a bear sweat. Can women go in? Yeah, as far as Muslim, it's a co-ed sweat because they didn't know how to, there's no Cree out there. How long? About an hour. Okay, I'll come back. Because it looks different, it's shaped different. So I told him what I told her. About half hour later, that woman drives up and she comes with a blanket. And I'm trying to clean these pipe and getting stuff ready, the berries. And she comes standing over here and she pulls her blanket down. And I look up, Mushum went like, Mahtana no sim. Here that woman was bare naked. Put your blanket on, put your blanket up. Yo, he said. Go put a nightgown on or a towel or something. I said, Spinagos, he went. And then he was sitting like this. Oh, no shim, no shim. It's going to be hot in the sweat. But that's the language barrier. So I said a bear sweat, and she mistook it as a bear naked sweat. Oh, a lot of funny stories. Restaurant stories are the best. But anyways, thank you for having me and inviting me. I need to get back to Calgary.
Kiskoe. There was a ceremony done in Huta, and he's the keeper of Huta. I wanted him to briefly explain the spiritual component of it so that we understand. So Ernie, you want to do Kisko?
Ahaw no ako makanak. Tapoy. Nikan ke tuan ka kyok tatam skat now. Mistahe. Maam tunay chakan. Asteo. Itay maam tunay taman. Angkik sainok. Utakata simichik. Ego magiskau. Egik steihtakik. Ita wapskiujas. EGP. Viitsikeun. EGP tuhtakik. EGP mskagujakik. Kiano ne hiovuk. Mstahe Achemun. Miched i pehtäväkai sinu. Kap muhtean. Eikin niistä ole seinuok. Nuuttakook. Nge wapmauk. Omuta kaku tekntu temtek. Ekota. Ehastek. Takinata makuja. Ekunu on chuam kamam skota. Mstokosa. Ja kaya se muuten taken steksketui. Tänne hiawe kanstuuta meke kun tän siitä kihteeke. Amma peak kakihtek. Mistä kos? Eikö mekin se pehtä ognemusom? Oken siima kuuta kapsiksi kook. Äktä joutsiistik. Peekanma. Hauki tapua games on chumakia kiikuaja. Oma kehtä piik. Awi no makia. Eikö sama ma peekaman stamista kehtek. Ke pahpihtana no. Kiikuaiki savim kuusia. Ohti tawiitu aane kun tuutemak. Missu vekap muhtean. Nema uskitsi. It's not a man-made bundle. Iha chakuk. Ohem sokosa ja chakua kihteeke. Nana wekuta. Iskonia nan. Eikä pehtävät ne musomme kiityöt niana näihden. Ei soka kihteeke kianoutsu. Kottakaan he. Hau, asuista muk. Ei kiityöt. Pakuanata ni pausta maasui. Ei kiityöt. Hau, on nuutseekua. Ke mamui kun anoka kiuki koi. Nepi. Kawati ke cik wapskiwiasak. Hau ke maton anonuus. Taasim sino kussim no chapan nawak. Taan some wisna kuhtsiketsik. Mistä henki pepehtä onko nimusumnaan? Eikö nuu he atutta? Me tunan kapekisek, niissä tepskau, niistä tepskau, eikä atutta. Kievau, kihtee ektahto kapiek. Pokona. Takittu eik. Tapikskoi. Eksumeki peitu tahkihte. Vauisteki kuammatti paamatoon ne mamskota. Namoya, pagopek bikskon. Kama kuya. Mbeten. Bikiskon nehiawan. Nehiyawet ay sino. Namoy kiwanista anon noa humaganak. Kaya no. O neke kumaw. E kai piks kwata. E kusumikiste gigito echik. It has to come to the fire to teach our young people. We don't lost language. We don't lost culture. It's us. We don't teach them. You, the woman, the life givers, you have a lot of work to raise kids. Maga, nuwa ko maga nag-eko, ito kisom tagog. Nuwa pa, ten agenda tan sitastig. Maguma, kantawim tao kimakan, tamams ko taman, the treaty bundle. As I said early, that's a not man-made bundle. It came from up here, the time that the Creator is going to protect us. Because the old man that had blessed with this bundle just stuck squares. He had seen his vision. Something he's seen shining. Epewa sa piskisot. Therefore, that's when the white came. My relatives, the original site is over there, where they did the treaty. Used to be a Union Jack flying there. Buildings were here. I have heard my grandpa, the elders, they have cried. They had tears. They had protected their vision. Today we see everything is hammering us. Maga, they had said, stand up. That's where our Constitution is tied in that bundle. That's ours. The laws are there. Egi sohkastachuk. Sko pisam tap mohted. Nepi maskusia. Kapit ko apa tenuego. We still see that. Maybe a lot of you people don't know the original medallion is in that bundle, coming 150 years. I see a lot of people wearing medallions. They're not decorations, my friends. If you mean your treaty, stand. I wear one, but I'm happy treaty still exists. The bundle still exists. The old man used to say, no two-legged human being will break the treaty. But it's only us. We grab papers from the government. Oh, this is what you have to do. Exuma, this is what I see in my travels, meetings, resolutions, everything. Hey, we forgot what we have to help us. The 10 talking sticks, they should be used. There is spirit with them. But I cannot name the spirits in that bundle, the 10 talking sticks. Because they're strong. I heard Nchoam, Mr. Fox, but he encouraged me to help him a bit. But this is what the old man had said. Those 5 are strong for us. But he had said, watch, those other 5, today we see those. I had spent a lot of time with that old man. I traveled with him. I'm the 5th generation. My dad had passed down to me to keep it for all you people, not only me. The old man had said there's 1 to 11 treaties. We're in the middle, number 6. Yeah, no, Treaty 6, we're the strongest treaty because the pipe came from there. We hear down east, wampum belts, and so on. Eguma, kakwek skisumi, tsakay sinwak, uskayak. Tanjoma, where are we taking them? Kia no ekwa. Kiste. Ektewe adni pauya. We have heard the elders talk about treaty. What is treaty? Treaty is a relationship. Where's treaty rights. Treaty rights, there's no such word. I got treaty rights. Treaty, moya. Nema, the bundle. Because we have to take a step back to start recognizing where we stand today. Mo niao. Oh he, epe suepe na makwe. Kia no ekwa. Why? So niao kasnai gasut ekwana we grab it. Where's all the chiefs? We call them chiefs. today, the day the treaty was made here. Egoche. Stay na nas kumauko kinsimak that they brought those sacred 10 talking sticks. Mr. Chamuna Gunani here. Consto tamig 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those other 5 are swaitamuk. Ekitoich. How? Ano chekwa? Ekonohe, kakia sweta. Ekai. Tawan simgoya, wapskuya. Nda mi tan si toy makake. Mo inta pues tenekuni. Tan si kseno kakitwet. Bahkan ito ay makano. Nema, moe kat kawapa teno to be on paper. What is that bundle? Because that bundle is very sacred. Yaha chago. Kiwaoma. Uskayak, kakwek sinama kuwi. O tenyekan, tansakaki, seno, aswestamok. Eksoma, eki takiste, eki kunuhe, eki sawaichikeuna. Moya in you. I see no gilsistat. Kikskate no ka kilgiwa. I was in Treaty 1 to 11 in Sarsi. Yes, personally I respect that fire. But it's you, woman. That's your fire. Today, I hear treaty fire bundle. There is no such thing as treaty fire bundle. Nema, everything is tied there in that bundle. Ego suma. Many times I say that. This is why we're making bundles, bundles, bundles. That's why we cannot stand together. We left what we were blessed from up there. That was used treaty making. The fire bundle was exist one time when we had ours. The woman took that fire away. They took it away because they understand there's no treaty fire bundle. That's a man-made. So women got right to take that and put it back to the fire. I hear that bundle is going to Treaty 2 next year. That's not my... I got no say. You women got that say. But us, the bundle, the elders. Many times I think even we forgot those 10 talking sticks. Ego pakani tohtea, totemak. Just like one tree, all the roots are growing different direction. This is how we are, all First Nations. Chiefs cannot come together. They fight. I see that in my travel treaty meetings. I hear Regina Crowchild always stood up. Nobody listened. Maybe odd ones. I know all these women that been on treaty talks. Magan totemak egoma the bundle. Kaiwan kiskisik. Don't forget. Egwama pukukanata magoya. That's the only one that will protect us. We are kshenuk ekiso kastatik. Spivap skuya saipe takskaguchik. Ekuteka ki hayachik. Anim stukusa. Tansi toy makaki. Mr. Hachimon, to talk the oral history. Mpetenuta, big bag. Hachimon, I know that oral history, what happened in 1885, Frog Lake. They came there to fight under starvation. Egi no tekatechik. Egi pe from Edmonton all along. Ektekaki no tengechik. Indian agent. Magan do them a little what I share with you with the bundle. I feel humble to talk about it. But who's going to say something? My dad was 91 when he told me about the oral histories. I used to wonder what he was talking about. Today I see. How many years now on your leg put gathering here? But where's the old people? They're gone. That's why us now, elders, my sisters, will be there too. No kumnan. She had respect, that bundle. She used to cry. I used to often wonder why she's crying. But she knew what was coming. That's today now we face. Gosh. Pagka tamam tunay tama ete utipas kanya. Oh geez, Sunchild. Lot of elders came to Frog Lake with they unveiled that. Old ladies, they cry in front of that bundle. Today I don't see those people because they're gone. Many of them. We are gods. I pick skoni hay I can hear we. But there's our friends, different languages. Apsis nakawan, magangawawan to naman sa munakawin no ko tapok. Maga, nuah kumaganak. Kwa mapsis ni stay na nas kumuyan. Speak up into esta kuma. Oskichi. Itaigi hapata o tahoma. Moin tani sten te kate poatsikate. Poko tap mohtaan. Eksiksei no ikiset. Passiko tuute. Wisdomin ogin juten siima kaapitsik skok. Kwam, kai tawan kiskisia. Meistä tawan kiskisine kun nanhi, tansi toi makaki. Maka, nuah kun maka näkyksiptama, kapegi siku tanga piikskoon. Maka kiok tatam skaat nauau. Niistä ei naas kumuaan, ei ta. Pewitsi taaswaan, kaki samuun. Ita pagakwa. We have to get up and stand for our what? Kichuam no kakwe. Mishoe nama sut kakyo kikwe. Hawek siktatam skat no.
Hi, hi. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the presentation. When I was a director for a little bit to bring the treaty sticks into the Mamskutsigate, the talking sticks. We'll move on with the agenda. I thought you guys want to take a real quick break. We'll just continue on. Regina Crowchild, we kwa semina kintomano kape pix kwetoma. And our agenda, tansip may tasnega tege ko. Igotsingatwiten magaya. Those elders who had participated in the bundle ceremony, we had during lunch, all the food had been eaten up. But we did go over to the local cafe and grabbed you guys specials. So I don't know what the special is for today. Go and help yourself. I think they made about 30 or 40 specials for you guys. We apologize. We thought we had plates saved for you guys, but that wasn't the case. So we'll take a 5-minute break while Regina gets ready. 5 minutes. I'll give you time to go out, start your car, get it warm. I know one of our elders was sitting in the back in their vehicle with the air conditioner on. So that might be an idea. Treaties 1 through 11 update. That is going to be coming up with Regina Crowchild. So don't go away too far. We'll be right back.
contest is on. Take it away, boys. Hey!
E gottagwe gawe gakwe mamatsi tana anu. Regina, hotel tseya hotus kwani Calgary. Kapia utsapaitsik e wakia pitsumanotsa katika kiwe paitsik. So kantumano Regina tapiamatswetote to make her way over here. Pagatsito ko speak square aneni istangatika kiwe pa inana spinegi tuetoma. But if you get the chance, you can stop her for a TikTok picture every once in a while. Regina, ego no tsugesu. Ewi kiwe pa itsig after ki speaks kweta.
Oh, I need my glasses. I forgot my glasses. My boy, look.
So skisugu ana her glasses. She put them down somewhere.
Even though I'm in denial, I Oh, sure, I'll have it on the way home.
I don't know which one you want.
That's good.
This one?
Yeah, thank you.
So you're going home today?
Yeah, after I do this, yeah. Yeah. Lot of people left.
They'll come right back.
Good afternoon. I just want to, first of all, I want to thank Ernie for the bringing in the bundle. I was able to witness it again. A few years ago, I was in the teepee when they opened it up, and I was able to go in there and sit on the ground. Now I can't sit on the ground anymore. So I sat outside with the other ladies, and it was awesome. It's just so heartwarming and brought tears to our eyes. So what I'm going to do this afternoon is just give you an update on the last Treaties 1 to 11 meeting that Sutina hosted on August the 18th to the 22nd on our reserve in our resort. You know, over the years, we have Treaties 1 to 11 gathering every year, and we get a lot of information about treaty. Each host brings in some information to remind us or to let us know what is happening with our treaties. So this year, when we hosted it, and my daughter Jeannie worked with the other techs, she works with the technicians to try and come up with what is needed for us. And since we know what's happening to our treaties, Canada's trying to get rid of them, even though they have no business, because our treaties are with the Imperial Crown. And Canada enjoys their benefits under our treaties by living on our territories, while our people suffer and don't have the full benefits of the promises of our treaties. So anyway, so the technicians came up with 5 pillars that they presented to the peoples, and we had about maybe in total we haven't, Jeannie hasn't been able to put the report together because we've been on the road. But as soon as she does, she'll be sending it out to all treaties 1 to 11, so they can see what was discussed and what was decided. We decided that we needed to take some action. Treaties 1 to 11 that have international treaties with the imperial crown. So the 5 pillars that were discussed were citizenship, nationhood, lands, fiscal relations, judicial, and enforcement. Out of those discussions, we had some chiefs, we had many counselors. I think there might to be anywhere from 80 to 100 leadership that were present. But throughout the week, we had about 1,500 Treaty Indians that came through. So that was really good. And people came and they listened. We also had the president of the Hawaiians that came and met with us. And they proposed that we have a treaty with the Hawaiians. Also, the treaty, besides the treaty, we have initiate some trade agreements. So that was one of the directives that was given to the technicians and to the people at the assembly to work on, so that next year we can have an agreement and our chiefs can enter into treaty with the Hawaiians. So there were 22 directives. Some were approved by consensus in the group. So I'll just read the directives that were given so we can take action. We have to. We have to do it now. If not, Canada will continue and pull us apart one by one to put us into their mechanisms that destroys our treaty. And like Ernie said, it's humans that are going to wreck that treaty, spoil that treaty, and it's us. We will if we don't continue to protect our treaty. So the first directive was the peoples in assembly during the treaties 1 to 11 gathering on August 19th, 2025 at Tsuut'ina Nation agreed by consensus. Now, it's not just the leadership, the people that were there as well, to establish a treaty with the nations of Hawaii. Further, that the technicians present during the treaties 1 to 11 gathering on August 19, 2025 at Tsuut'ina, draft a memorandum of intent that outlines the treaty signing purposes, including trade, to be presented on the final day of treaties 1 to 11, 2025 gathering in Tsuut'ina. Further, that the treaty with nations of Hawaii to sign a treaties 1 to 11 gathering in 2026. So this treaty has to be completed and brought to Treaty 2, who is hosting the next treaties 1 to 11 gathering. But I should say, one of the things that we talked about was, okay, we have these directives. There needs to be a follow-up. What are we going to do? Who do we send them to? And who is going to follow it through? So they gave further directives on what needs to be done. So one of them was the people in assembly during the treaties 1 to 11 gathering on June the 19th, 2025 at Tsuut'ina agreed by consensus to establish an office to be known as the Treaty Protectorate Office. We have to structure ourselves. Further, that the leadership of Tsuut'ina Nation shall work with the leadership of Sturgeon Lake Cree Nation and the leadership of Big Stone Cree Nation, along with technicians who shall be appointed by each treaty area. Together, they will develop a proposed strategic plan that shall include setting up budgets for setup, operations, plus funds for financial resourcing and office locations for the Treaty Protected Office that shall be presented to the peoples in the Assembly of Treaties 1 to 11 gathering in 2026. And that was forwarded by Chief Andy Look from Big Stone and Chief Sheldon Sunshine from Sturgeon Lake. You know, a few years back when Enoch hosted the Treaties 1 to 11, we talked about a treaty protection office. At that time, some nations donated some money because we talked about not getting monies from the government of Canada, because this is our movement and it's up to us as treaty peoples to take care of it. So to date, we have just over $77,000 that's being held in trust by Treaty 8. Some First Nations said, well, once the plans are done and we know what we're going to do, then we will consider making a donation. So the technicians will bring forward the strategy and how we're going to move forward with the office to protect our treaties. The other directive was on infringement of rights and responsibilities to water in life, as life. See, when we say we never ceded or surrendered our territories, that includes the waters, the rivers, the ponds, whatever. That's all inclusive, including our natural resources, which is a part of our natural resources. The Peoples in Assembly, during the Treaties 1 to 11 gathering on August 19, 2025, that part, assert that water is life and agreed by consensus that industry and the federal, provincial, and territorial governments must no longer interfere and infringe on and with the water in its spirit and our relationship and responsibilities to it. Further, that the Peoples in Assembly during Treaties 1 to 11 gathering in 2025 agree that the peoples and leadership will lobby the federal, provincial, and territorial governments to review and amend their guidelines in partnership with Treaties 1 to 11 to ensure river and lake consumption and usage is safe for all living beings. And that was moved by Chief Tuckero. So, and the people agreed to this. You know, yesterday I said, we used to lobby. We used to have rallies to let both levels of government know what our rights are and that we refuse to give up our treaty and our inherent rights that are protected by treaty. So this is part of the plan to do some work on that. Directive 4 was proclamation of the sovereign nations of Treaties 1 to 11. The Peoples in Assembly during the Treaties 1 to 11 gathering agreed by consensus that the leadership in attendance having signed the proclamation of the sovereign nations of Treaties 1 to 11, seek signatures from all nations of Treaties 1 to 11 to sign the proclamation and present the proclamation to King Charles to his representatives in Canada, the GG, the Governor General, to the federal, provincial, and territorial governments, and to the Assembly of First Nations. That was moved by Chief Desmond Bull from Louisville. See, these things that are being brought up are needed so we can give our voice, tell the peoples we are the rights holders, and Canada, or the federal and provincial governments, and the AFN are not rights holders. So the AFN, the government, has to come and meet with the rights holders, and we have to move that, because all these years, the government has never wanted to meet the treaty peoples who are the rights holders. They go to AFN, where our consent is manipulated. So we have to force them to meet with us. You know, when Justin Trudeau, after he was elected in 2015, he came to our nation. And at that time, I had the responsibility to inform him about treaty and our rights. And when I did that, I presented him, and we did tell him he has to meet with the treaties 1 to 11, and he never did. He kept going to AFN. That's why I go to AFN all the time. As soon as I know there's a resolution that impacts are inherent in our treaty, I get up and I speak to it. And then there's other chiefs, I'm not a chief, but there's chiefs that get up to speak to it. And we have to, because if we don't, if we're silent, Canada says, oh, they're in agreement, because silence is approval. So we have to get up and let them know that we're not bound by them. But anyway, what happened was, I gave Justin Trudeau a medallion. And I said, this is to remind you that we have a treaty with the Imperial Crown. And I showed him the medallion. I said, I'm going to give it to you to remind you. And as he put his head down, and I was putting the medallion over him, and I told him, if you ever forget about our treaties, I'm going to strangle you with it. But they booted him out before I could strangle him. But that was what I told him. But everybody, even his security, were laughing. And our lawyers said, geez, I was just wondering, how am I going to get her out of jail? But they didn't take me to jail. So, and some of the First Nations have written to AFN and to Canada, telling them that we are not going to give up our treaties, because Canada has no authority, but they come to us through their different processes to manipulate us into giving our consent that they are the authority and not us. We are the nations. Canada is a state. Canada gets her directives and her authority from the Crown or Great Britain. We got our authority from our Creator, who put us on turtle. So we have to remember that. And we have the authority. We can tell the government no. Tell them no. We got to use our authority and our power to stop Canada as soon as possible. We got to do that, and jointly. And like it was mentioned, unity is difficult to attain at this point. But we have to set aside our differences and find a way to stop Canada. And some of our peoples, the treaty peoples, are falling into those processes. So we need their support, and we need to have a common understanding of what the treaty is all about, so our future generation can benefit from it We benefit from it to some extent, but we don't get the full benefits. And even those benefits, Canada's trying to stop. So we got to think about our children, yet unborn, and their children, their grandchildren, and so forth, for as long as the sun shines, the grass grows, and the rivers flow. That's our responsibility. The other one is, this proclamation of sovereign nations, that was, and many, there's over, I don't know, Chief Watchmaker's worker, they're looking after that, I think. Is that right, Jeannie? Chief Watchmaker staff are looking after that. Renee? Yeah. And they're trying to get as many signatures as they can from the treaty peoples, and that will be presented to the government and the Crown and the Governor General. See, the Governor General is the representative of the Crown. He or she is in Ottawa. He or she has the authority to sign once a bill is done by the government, and she gives royal assent to it. And many of those legislations impact our inherent in our treaties. So the Governor General, when I met with her in when at the G7, I had the opportunity to meet with some of the heads of state and to say a prayer. I told them what Canada was doing to us on our treaties. And you know, and right away, and Danielle Smith was sitting there. She didn't talk to me. And the Lieutenant Governor was there. The Governor General was there. It was on her invitation that I went. But the head of state of Saudi Arabia came immediately after, shook my hand, and he said, "Thank you very much for telling us what Canada is doing to your rights, to your treaties." He said, "We didn't know that." See, Canada goes all over the world professing to be a champion of human rights, but they don't look at our human rights in our treaties. So, but now they know, the ones that were in that room. So we have to advance that and let peoples know. And see, the Hawaiians, we can have a trade agreement with them, and that's part of the intent of our treaty with them. And some time ago, our chiefs in Treaty 6, 7, and 8, most of them signed a letter informing Canada that we will not give up our treaties, and they have no authority to do that. So there's been some correspondence and stuff like that, but we still need to do more because they don't listen. They continue with their own agenda. So we have to pursue our own agenda. Another directive was the establishment of an international treaty government office. The People's Assembly during Treaties 1 to 11 gathering on August 19th at Tsuut'ina agreed by consensus to establish an international treaty government office. As nations, we are entitled to be recognized as such, and we are not members of the United Nations. So we got to work towards that. Some of our people, and Sharon Venn right now is in London doing some research. And there's others that have been going to the UN to try and promote our cause. But we know Canada's got employees there all year round. As soon as they see an Indian from Canada, they wine and dine you and try and get the information on what you're there for, because they don't want to be criticized. They don't want the other nations to be criticized. And then when the Assembly approved the rights of Indigenous peoples, they approved that. And those include our treaties and our right of self-determination, our right to free, prior, and informed consent. That was great at the UN. When it was brought to the Assembly, Canada, United States, Australia, New Zealand didn't vote in favor of it, but it passed anyway. Then Canada takes it and legislated it putting it under their authority. So we all know it's called CANDRIP. We all know that they're not going to follow that declaration. So we have to push it. We have to continue to work on that. Many of our chiefs didn't agree with it. We didn't agree with it when they did that, when Canada brought it to us. We didn't agree with it because it was domesticated, putting it under Canada. And that's an international agreement. So we have to keep moving on that to get that done. And gee, there was something else I was going to talk about. I forgot. I'm old. Things come through my mind and then they go. But anyway, so that has to be done. So if we have an international office, we can pursue it and we can have an agenda and a plan on how we can be recognized as nations and not as peoples, or we used to be called populations, under the government of Canada. Because Canada is not signatory, and they're only a state. And our treaties trump Canadian law. We must never forget that. So we got to make it happen. The other thing too is, we have to establish that international treaty government office. We have a government-to-government relationship with Canada as a state between our nations on how we're going to live side by side. We know Canada has always interfered in our way of life. We've never interfered in their way of life through our legislations. But now many of us are doing our own laws. And those laws come from our people. They're under the authority of our peoples, not asking for approval from the government of Canada. And so we are asserting our jurisdiction. And that has to be done as nations. Oh, and by the way, the Governor General makes an annual report to the Crown on what Canada is doing. And we have yet to see what they say about the Indians, the Treaty Indians. It's being kept secret, I guess. But somehow, hopefully, we can get a copy of some of those reports so we know what is being reported. Because the Governor General is the Crown's representative, and she, well, it's a she now, but she should be protecting our treaties, but she's under the thumbs of Canada. She does whatever Canada tells her to do. Pass those, give royal assent to those legislations that undermine our treaty and our inherent rights. Then we had another directive. The People's Assembly during the Treaties 1 to 11 gathering agreed by consensus hereby direct technicians from the nations of Treaties 1 to 11 to be assigned to put forward a strategic plan on emergency management that includes funding requirements, equitable and access planning, and data to support the nations of Treaties 1 to 11 when they are facing emergencies. See, the Crown comes to, the government comes to us, and each of us are attacked. We need to support one another. We have to get behind our peoples and support them, even when there's court cases. You know, on the just an example, Transparency Act, Onion Lake took Canada to court because under the Transparency Act, the government wanted us to give our consolidated audits to them. And they were going to post them for 10 years or something like that. That is open, anybody in Canada, corporations, everybody can see it. And sometimes Canada uses those against us to provide the necessary funds that we require. They use whatever. And then when you're negotiating with companies, those companies know exactly what your financial situation is. So it's against us. So Onion Lake took that to court. They won. Now, we don't have to give our consolidated audits, even though they still try. The government still tries to get them. But we do give the audits for the program, for the funding that they give us, because that they give us those funds, so we have to provide the audits. Next one is the People's in Assembly during Treaties 1 to 11 gathering. Oh, that's all the same, except direct the technicians from Treaties 1 to 11. Did I read that? To strategize plans to ensure that data and information is gathered and that it supports and maintains the livelihood of nations of Treaties 1 to 11. But this needs further review and wording to clarify based on intention of Chief Jacko, what he was trying to do. But we need to read our own data. We need that data to deal with, if we're going to go treaty-based funding, agreements on the agreements and the funding that we're going to get for our treaty benefits, the promises of treaty. So we need to collect as much data. So if we had an office, we could be all housed there, a lot of that information. If you look at like the treaty commissioners in Saskatchewan and Manitoba, they've got all those information in their offices. We don't. Ours is in different places. Everybody does a lot of work. We need to pull it all together. But we never did, in Alberta, we never did go with the Treaty Commissioner's Office because the criteria, the Treaty Commissioner's Office is responsible to the Government of Canada. They have to report to the Government of Canada. And in our opinion over the years, as we discussed this, is if you're going to have a Treaty Commissioner, it shouldn't be biased. It shouldn't be just reporting to one party to another. But the government finances that office, so they report to them. And we didn't want them reporting our information to Canada. It's one-sided, so we never agreed to go with a Treaty Commission office. The criteria or the what they do is controlled by Canada. Where am I? Oh yeah, and the directive is to accept acceptance of history of the gatherings of treaties 1 to 11. That has to be documented, and it's been going on for over 20 years. We've had treaties 1 to 11 gatherings. All that information that we've gathered that's been shared with us all those years has to be documented and filed, you know, in Central so we can use it. So we want to find out something about our treaties, and if we don't know, and we could use those in our schools to teach our children so they know more about treaty. There was another one that was the People's, same thing, gathering. By consensus to accept the history gatherings of treaties 1 to 11 as presented. Jeannie, my daughter, has been appointed as the senior technician, but she works with technicians from all over. And they got Crowfoot. You're not a Crowfoot. It's just Jeannie Crowfoot. Okay, but anyway, so she's to gather with the technicians all this information. I just noticed that. I never read it before. And she was appointed as the main technician at the last gathering. And I don't know if she was just appointed by AJ, so that has to be looked at. And if everybody's in agreement, but she's been doing it every year, helping everybody. And now Treaty 2 has already contacted her to help in the planning of the next treaty gathering. Oh, Treaty 1? I thought it was Treaty 2. Oh, it's 1? Oh, okay. But anyway, it's over there. The information will be given out. And then the next one was, by consensus that the leadership in attendance seeks support from all of Treaties 1 to 11 to give a unified notice to the Assembly of First Nations that they do not represent or speak for treaty nations. Some of us have given that notice to them, but some haven't. So we want to try and get a united statement. And if we can set up our offices, our Treaty Protection Office, our international office, then we can force Canada to come and meet with the rights holders. So we got to get organized. Right now, Canada just doesn't care. They just go to AFN. And then there was another one, by consensus, that a website should be developed to share information across treaties 1 to 11. So we have a website. One of us, if we seek some information, we can grasp it, but it'll just be for treaties 1 to 11. Where am I? Oh, and okay, the other one was by consensus to revitalize and reinstate the treaty card for the peoples of treaties 1 to 11, replacing the Indian status card. Yesterday I talked about the difference in how the government stopped our treaty cards, which had some of our rights there, including the border crossing. And they replaced it with a status card. The treaty cards never expired. The status cards expire every 5 years. So every 5 years when we expire, are we not Indian anymore, not indigenous anymore, or not members of our tribe, treaty Indians? You know, but all of that, everything Canada does is to get rid of us, get rid of the treaty. So if they don't kill us off, they don't assimilate us into a dominant society, we don't become, if we become municipalities, which they're trying to do, once we do that, then our treaties are gone. So everything that they do is to get rid of us. So they can legalize their title to our territories because our treaties are about sharing our territories with them. So there's a lot of things here that have been talked about at treaties 1 to 11 and that need some further work. And that was introduced by Chief Desmond Bull from Louisville Tribe. The other one, next one was the website that was included by Chief Jacko. And then they have the treaty cards. And the People's Assembly gathered on August 25 to pursue a meeting with the Governor General, the Prime Minister, and the Premiers as soon as possible with the leadership of treaties 1 to 11. I introduced that because we have to force Canada to come and meet with the rights holders because we are the rights holders of our treaties. So we have to make that happen. Even though they don't want how we're going to do it, I don't know. But we have to strategize and figure out how we're going to make them meet with us. And so they can quit going to AFN. We have the authority. And the other one was the other one was the People's Assembly. They agreed to follow up. Oh, the other thing is what we wanted to know was, I questioned, we have these directives. What do we do with them? You know, you go to meetings, there's a lot of resolutions. You don't know what the follow-up is. So we organize ourselves, we can know. But once the reports are done, the report is done, and these directives are clarified, what we will do is send them out to each chief in treaties 1 to 11. Hopefully, that he can take action and unite us and, you know, do the work that's necessary. There was also discussions that instead of just having one meeting a year, let's have we used to have representatives from each treaty area, spokespersons. Let these spokespersons come together every 4 months. We have to have one in the fall, and I don't know who's going to host that. So we can keep moving and get the work done, so that there's not just every once a year, but and we get, so the faster we move, the faster we'll get our treaties enhanced and implemented according to their spirit and intent. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done, but we have a lot of experts in our communities, in our nations, that have the expertise on the treaty, the information they have done. And hopefully we can get set up our office and work together so everything is centralized and get that moving. We have to do that. If we don't organize ourselves, AFN is going to beat us. They're going to speak for us. And Canada won't come to the rights holders. So it's very important. So that's basically those things that were discussed at Treaties 1 to 11. And hopefully that the strategy will be developed and sent to all the treaty areas and get the work started. So if in Treaty 6, you need a spokesperson. We need one in Treaty 7. We need one in Treaty 8, all of the treaty areas. So they can get together and continue this work and develop what needs to be done and report back to the chiefs of each treaty area. There's got to be better communication. Right now, there isn't. And we just react to Canada. So we got to be proactive and take control. We have the authority. We've got the power. So use it. Use your voice, your voices. And plan, and get together and keep planning, and not wait for somebody else. Because see, a lot of times we come together, and even at AOTCs, all the chiefs decide on something, they agree, then they go home and continue what they're doing. We got to stop that. We have to go with what we plan. And the women, us women, are the backbones of our nations. We give life. We bring life into the world. Let's help our leadership, our men and the women in leadership, to get this done. They are accountable to the nations. Everybody is accountable to somebody. And at the end, we're accountable to our Creator to see what we've done, how we dealt with our treaties, what we've done with the lives that He gave us and the territories He gave us. So let's do it. We can do it. I still have faith. I'm still optimistic. So let's get it done.
Hi. Thank you very much, Asemina Regina. We have a gift for you Leon is going to present you with. And thank you for being here, and have a safe trip home too as well. And Jeannie Crowfoot, if you can come up here too as well to accept. I'm sorry, Crow Child. Don't start rumors. Hi, thank you very much.
And I want to thank you all. You're a great host, and I really enjoy. I really like coming to Cree territory. So thank you very much, and hope to see you again soon once we get these meetings going. So thank you, and may our Creator bless you all and keep us all safe, and get our treaties implemented according to their spirit and intent. I'm retiring in November from council. But if the treaty peoples want me to continue working on treaty, I will. Yeah.
Hi. Justice now. Again, thank you. Thank you for being here. Justice panel hasta mikiwa hutenigan pe apik. Justice. Right there, boss lady. Our agenda tapmas kamas squat sigwini hu te squat okay go ya pek mi no na bill judge et to skill netoma gwa msats we wa tats mustagwa wa ke gwa Kim we ask you'll facilitate this part and this portion, so we'll hand over the microphone to her.
Dansa, everybody. Thanks for being here. My name is Kim Carter. I'm from here, Onion Lake. My Gugum is Florence Opisnau. My late Mushum was John George Opisnau. And I'm the interim director for our treaty law department. And I've never facilitated a panel before. Vern's making me do this, so we'll get through this together. Just bear with me. So, our treaty law department is a new department. It's an amalgamation of our treaty governance and our justice departments. And so the vision for it is to be the one-stop spot for our laws in our nation. So that includes law development, which treaty governance is a part of, and law implementation and adjudication, so that's what justice does. We've already been doing this, our two departments, for many years, and now it's just bringing it together. So we wanted to bring together a panel of folks who work in the field of justice and restorative justice, because this is the part of, like I said, this is part of the work we're doing on the implementation of our laws. Our people have always had laws, and today we are challenged with dealing, sorry, I was reading my notes here. We're dealing with some of the community safety issues that have forced us to confront the legacy of colonialism and intergenerational trauma. So our work in the department, I oversee, we deal with law development, justice initiatives, and I would like to welcome the panel participants that have joined us here today, as they're all practitioners in the field of justice and restorative justice. So from my left here, we have Jolene Carter, Dorothy Patagan. They work with me in our law department. We also have Judge Stephen Kritzer joining us, and Wyoming Dion. So I'll hand the mic over to you, and then one by one, I'll just get you to introduce yourselves to our guests here, and then I can ask a few questions to get this discussion going.
Do you have those questions that were sent in? Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Jolene Carter. I am the court worker for the Justice Department of the amalgamation, and I've been in the Justice Department for 14 years. I've been employed. My mom was late Ruby Whitstone, and my father is Clayton Carter. And yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dorothy Patagan. I'm an Aboriginal court worker for our nation, and I work closely with Jolene regarding our court system, and yeah.
Hi, I'm Steve Kreitzer. I'm from Denair Beach, the other side of the province originally, and I've been working here for about 3 years.
Good afternoon, Wyoming Dion at Sigas and Kanakamasa Kotinia. I have been working in the justice field for about 6 years and just graduated with my master's of social work and specialized in the area of justice and restorative justice and practices, and really bringing our families together. A little bit of the work that we did was with Justice Ivan Ladisser, who's the sitting provincial judge in St. Paul, and together we created and led by him, but we developed the Healing to Wellness Court, which is the new court that's based out of St. Paul that serves the surrounding communities. And yeah, thank you.
Okay, going right into our questions here, and I'll pass the mic down. I'll start on the other end, as Jolene requested. Okay, so question number 1. Can you please share with us a little bit about yourself, what kind of work you do in the field of community justice? I feel like we did touch on this a little bit. Does anybody have anything to add to that? If not, I'll move on. Yeah, okay, Wyoming.
I think I just wanted to add a little bit about like maybe my own experience or what kind of led me into this work, because I truly believe that restorative justice is the way to go moving forward to bring healing to our communities. A little bit of background, I started working with victim services a few years back and started recognizing what was happening in our communities, the folks that we were serving, and what was really actually being told and what kind of support that they needed. And at that time, what we were gathering was that folks weren't being heard, needs weren't being met, voices weren't being heard or validated. Sorry, these flies are driving me insane. And often we got these comments that more often than not, that families were looking to stay together, but with proper supports in place, and that they just wanted healing to happen. And if there was interpartner relationship violence that was happening, that was often the response that we were getting, and there was nothing in place at that time to support those families moving forward in a healthy way, addressing the harm, repairing the harm, and ensuring that the families were supported moving forward. And then that's when I met Justice Ivan Ladisser, who really started to bring a different way of justice to our area, which was new for St. Paul. It caused a lot of uncomfortable feelings with all the justice folks at that point. But I can say that it's been operating since June of 2024, and it's been doing some incredible work for our communities. And I think that's when the really big emphasis on restorative justice is because we were operating out of a system that wasn't created to allow voices again to be heard. And that if a black and white system was done, it's either you do this or you do this, right? And there's the criminal code, and we just really emphasized a lot of work that's going to be done that actually our ways of doing and our ceremonies and our language, and that just really brings back healing to our families. So that's just kind of what led to that area. I'm not sure if someone...
My wife runs the alternative marriages program in the Southwest, so she tells me that it's restorative justice is great, and I listen. What I can tell you is that our experience has been is that the court system seems to be very black and white. We're a blunt instrument. We make decisions and it's over in a snap. Whereas with the justice programs and the more the restorative approach, they'll hold on to things forever, and they're more about making people healthy and looking at what the root causes are and addressing them and fixing things, and it seems to me it's a much better system.
Restorative justice, it's basically, for me, it's an approach that focuses on repairing the harm done by the accused. And with that, it's bringing the victim and the offender, or even the community members, and discussing how it impacts, the crime impacts, and to the community. And the goal is to promote healing, accountability, rather than just punishing the offender. We try and work with the offender himself, him or herself, by allowing them, take the onus on their crime or any activities that have been, taken place. And this is the process that we're working on with restorative justice.
So one of the things that, when I first started working with Native Justice, I started as the justice coordinator, where I played a role in developing what the justice program is today. And we're always growing. We're always developing and bringing in new ways to be able to support our community and surrounding communities. So as a court worker, one of my roles in the courthouse is to be able to represent people that come before the judge that may have criminal offenses and don't know how to navigate through the court system. When I was sitting as the coordinator, I felt that I did not have much of a voice to be able to properly represent people that were in court, and I made the decision to move over to court worker, and that was in 2020. So since 2020, I've been the court worker within the community for Onion Lake. Sometimes I go to St. Walburg and Lloydminster. My role as a court worker is not only to represent Indigenous people, I represent anybody that needs assistance in the courthouse. When we talk about restorative justice, one of our visions in the beginning when I came into justice was to be able to bring circle to the community and to be able to bring circle when it came to dealing with or moving towards resolving situations where if a person when a person is charged with a criminal offense, and like what Kreitzer had mentioned, rather than just dealing with it and allowing the province or the courts to be able to handle a sentence, we made it so that some offenses can come to circle where the community has a say or plays a role in what that sentence should look like for that individual. Not only does it provide not only does the outcome provide the sentence itself, but it like we talk about restorative justice and healing also plays a big role in that circle. So that's part of the restorative justice within a department, and there's more. Like when we talk about the alternative measures program and being able to assist people who need that assistance in the courtroom to be able to navigate through the system without feeling confused or unsure about what's happening. So one of the things that we also do is explain the process to them and how it works and what it looks like, because first-time offenders, when they come through, right off the bat, their immediate thought is that they're gonna go to jail, or they don't want to go to jail, or they think the first time they come to court they're gonna go to jail. So we do a lot of canvassing with them and a lot of communication with like the Crown prosecutors, and also if they do have defense counsel or legal aids, that does not deter me from still providing supports. For somebody that comes from the community, I'm still able to provide additional supports for them so that they still feel like they have that connection with us, with the community. And at the same time, it also helps provide background information to the courts, I guess you could say. Thank you.
Yeah, so Jolene just mentioned that was probably question 2 that was answered as well, which I agree, but I'll read out the question and we'll see if anybody wants to add to it. What does restorative justice mean and look like for you? And how is restorative justice practiced in your community? Do we have any panel members that want to add to that? It was pretty much answered, I think. Okay, we'll move on to question 3. Can you share your experience in working in the field of restorative justice? How do we bring this to our families and communities? What have been...
So like I had mentioned with the solutions, you know, I've seen what the outcomes have been when we bring certain files to Circle versus when they're done with you know, the court itself. The differences, a lot of times, like say driving offenses, most times our hands, like most of the time our hands are tied. We did have one, I recall a few years back, where we managed to be able to bring a DUI charge to Circle, and this was it was a situation where the person had probably 18 priors, 18 DUIs, and it didn't matter what happened. Even if he was caught driving and there was no alcohol involved, it was still a jail sentence. And that was because of all of his priors. And they were always almost federal sentences. So at that time, and we talk about challenges, at that time, my question to Crown was, no matter what happens, this individual is always going to go to jail, even if he gets caught driving behind the wheel. And I remember the time that he got caught and he was going to serve a federal sentence. He was on his way to pick up some medication and he got pulled over. This individual was incarcerated. There was a lot of talk, arguments going back and forth, discussions about this individual. And for me, my question was, the challenge at the time was, well, what can we do? Sending him to jail is not gonna change. It's not gonna help him. And I know at the time he was also struggling with alcoholism. And this was actually one of the first files that I said, okay, so custody is still on the table, but let us bring it to Circle so that we can identify what we need to do to be able to help this individual moving forward. You know, this man is 40 plus years old. No matter what he does, even if he's gonna go to work, if he's gonna go to the store, if he's gonna go get medication, he struggled with other, you know, with the driving part. It was a need for him to be able to get to where he needed to be for certain things. And employment also was a crucial part of that. And one of the things that I brought into that circle, when I spoke to the Crown that time, and I didn't even know what I was talking about, because I struggle with understanding, like I'm 42 years old and I still don't know a lot about our treaties. And so I was doing at that time I was doing some legwork, like trying to identify, well, how can I help this person? What else can I bring into the discussion with the Crown to be able to see if they would bring this to Circle? And one of the things that I brought up was, and I didn't know what I was saying, but I knew what I wanted to say, and I had let the Crown know. I said, you know, as part of our treaties, and I remember this, as part of our treaties, that every Indigenous person is allowed to move freely within the nation to be able to provide for their people, to be able to seek employment. We didn't have a driver's license back then. We had to be able to, we were allowed to navigate within the community to provide for our people. And I said, and I know that is a part of our treaties. So why does this individual, in order to provide for his son, because he had a son, I said, in order for him to provide for his son, he needs to be able to get from A to B, and no matter, and it requires, you know, having to travel by vehicle, because nowadays you can't walk, you know, and it's hard to get get transportation. It's hard to find rides, you know, because a lot of people, you know, don't have the time to do that. So that was one of my arguments. One of the things that I brought up for discussion was we're trying to help this individual. We're not trying to set him up for failure, and he doesn't belong in jail. So let us bring it to circle so that we could try to identify a way to be able to support him and his family. So I told the crowd, and I understand that custody is still on the table, but let us have a circle before we get to that sentence. So there was a lot of challenges in that, and it was actually Suzanne Reed, who's senior crown, had allowed it to come to circle, and it was actually Judge Young that was the judge. And I was surprised because I was like, what? Judge Young is coming to the circle? He agreed to have the circle. So we had the circle that time. So we came to circle. We identified the issues. We identified a plan and how we were going to work with this man moving forward. He still went to jail. He still went and served a sentence, but he didn't, because of our support and because we played a role in everything surrounding his sentence, he was able to go to a healing lodge, and then we continued to work with him from there. I see this person now in the community, and I'm so happy because he maintains his sobriety. He still works. He still drives. I don't know, even though he knows, but I mean, that's his way of life. That's his way of employment and his way of being able to continue to support his son. He's a single father, and his son is now, I think, 10 years old. But I see him, and at the time his son was his son was actually just a baby. And, but today, I mean, this individual came from a background of alcoholism, and that's all he knew was alcohol. But since then, he's maintained his sobriety, and that makes me happy because, you know, we played a role in that. And that's one of the things, you know, things like that is what our goal is to be able to help people help themselves. And a lot of the work that was done, like we put together the plan for him, he did all the legwork with our support, and you know, he's not the only one. There are many, many stories, but that was probably the first one that was challenging for me, and the first one that we were able to bring to circle, especially for you know, driving offenses. And you know, I'm glad that it worked out the way it did. I don't know if I answered all the questions, but whatever I talked too long.
No, that was a really good story. Does anybody else want to share? So some of the solutions that you've seen that are kind of alternative to the current justice system, and some of the challenges that you've experienced?
Dorothy?
I guess just to add on more to what Jolene was saying, one of the challenges that we faced was, you know, having to bring our sentencing circle into the community. But I'm so grateful that we have our judge and our legal counsel, that we work so closely with them, and the communication that we have with them is so good that, you know, we were able to bring this sentencing circle, as to what Jolene was saying. We had that individual. We just recently had another one last week, and it was, we're just waiting for the court date on that one, so we can't, I can't provide any information on that. But like I say, the challenges were basically just the communication that we had prior. But now I can honestly say that communication is so open, and that we're we're able to just communicate with our judge, Kreitzer.
I'm pretty excited about this area. We've done, there's lots of different aspects of Circle that we brought in at different times. I don't know if everyone recognizes all the times that we're actually in Circle, like, because some of them are official, like the one we had last week, but we used to do them. I would just say, hey, let's everyone pull our chairs into the middle of the courtroom, and we'd have a circle that went. But that was because we had most of all the people were there, but our courts now have dwindled down to the number of people. We just don't have big dockets anymore, and so we just don't seem to do that as much. But there'll be times where I'll sit there and I'll go, well, Jolene, the two lawyers have told me what I should do. Can you tell me what I should do? And so it's a bit of like a circle there, because normally she wouldn't have a spot to speak at that point, but it's like, no, wait a second. What's the family like? What's the background here? What's going on in the community? How can we help this person? And then I'll get stuff from there. Or I think actually one time I even asked the whole courtroom, should we be more restorative here? And there was a quick yes, and then we were more restorative after that. It's very exciting because we'll be sentencing somebody on something, and when we're told about their history, we'll find out that they've got a grade 11, they just didn't quite get their grade 12, and then all of a sudden these two jump up and say, hey, we got a program and we can put them into that, and then I might just throw that into the probation order saying, talk to Jolene Carter about getting back to your high school, and nothing more than that. It's like up to them, and it's up to these guys. And then once they get their mitts on them, it seems like they do a lot of really good things about like further job training and stuff like that. So all of these, like, they come in with what's a minor problem for the community, but they take care of the bigger problems that are the real problems, and it's so exciting to watch. And I don't think we see many people back on the constant anymore. It seems like we're really, like, I think there's incredible headway that's been made, and I think things are really going tremendously. So.
I'm trying to, it's a pretty loaded question, so I'm trying to narrow down my answer as best as I can. But I guess, like, immediately my head goes to the experience that we have out in St. Paul. And we're looking at a 90% Indigenous criminal docket. Like, there's 90% of our people there that make up the criminal docket system every single week. If you're looking at 115 matters per week, it's a lot. It's extremely high numbers. So I think about these numbers. I think about the numbers of our children in care. I think about the numbers of our people incarcerated. And we know that the system isn't in favor for our people to necessarily escape that cycle of the system that they're in. And so I think in terms of how the field of restorative justice work started to be introduced into that area, there was a lot of challenges because, again, anything new there's gonna be some pushback to it. And then, honestly, probably the number one challenge that we face there is there's still the referral system. Who gets to be a part of restorative justice? Who gets to be a part of diversionary programs? There's still policy procedures in place. There's still boxes you need to tick off in order to get into these programs. And so I think that was a piece of it that I started to question at the time, because I know the Crown prosecutors often have the yes or no say to, well, I know the judges do too. But that was one of the major challenges that we had. And so I began to ask those questions about, well, how do we measure, or how are we able to dictate who gets healing and who doesn't? And so I started asking these questions. And so we started doing the work anyways. And I think that was probably the blessing in our areas, because we have Justice Ladouceur, is because he believes in it and he knows that it's gonna create change. It's gonna start shifting those numbers in a better way. And so we started doing it anyways. And I think in terms of when I think about restorative justice and in the system that's in place right now, again, like, I always think of the system that right now, we have a place where someone goes in that's caused harm, they have a criminal charge, they go in, they're in front of a judge, you get asked pleading guilty or not guilty. It's pretty yes or no at that point. Often not, people are gonna go not guilty because they wanna get the fancy lawyers, they wanna get, which I think often is like a misleading process in itself, because right then and there, you're already not taking accountability. You're already invalidating truth at that point. I think about the victims who've been harmed in these circumstances and how traumatizing even that process alone is in itself. So I think, again, like restorative justice, like, and probably the other challenge that we get all the time is that it's probably like people are getting off too quickly, or they're getting a lesser sentence, and they think that it's the easy way out. But I tend to often challenge that, because we know that healing isn't easy, and we know that it's a long process, and we know that the diversionary programs are often 3 months long. They can be extended, but we know that healing can often take way longer than that. We've worked with folks and families for up to 1.5 years in some circumstances. And sometimes treatment services, we know maybe it's not gonna take the first time, maybe it's gonna take 3 times, and maybe it's gonna take alternative treatment measures, right? And maybe it's not residential treatment, maybe it's outpatient treatment. So I think those were some of the major challenges. Also, in terms of there's not enough restorative justice programs operating. And that was a big piece of what I did as a student in my master's degree. Was I was going out to the different communities, often advocating and helping those communities get a restorative justice program operating and running. And a lot of engagement sessions happened at that point, and then often it kind of doesn't go anywhere. And so I continue to tell our communities, well, you know, we have people who are looking to RCMP to often try to get solutions for our communities, or they're trying to help us in the crisis that we're experiencing. And that's not often the case. I've heard it time and time again, where the police systems is often a catch and release system, right? And so I'll kind of reflect on a little bit of what I've heard from my own community when we were meeting with the elders. And one significant teaching really stuck out for me, and I'd like to share that today, because it comes again about the truth telling, and it comes again about not being seen, heard, or validated. And we have this teaching of Kiyam, right? Kiyam, let it go. It's not yours to carry, it's theirs, which is true. It's true. But then I think about when you're told Kiyam and something has happened to you and it's caused you pain, and someone tells you Kiyam, that silences you. You're not able to then tell or express how that's hurt you, what maybe you need in order to heal, what you need to move forward. And so the number one thing that I heard from our elders is that, you know, I think we have Kiyam'd our way into this mess. And now we need solutions to get us out of it. And that means making space to tell the hard truths. And I think it takes a lot of courage and bravery for an individual to be accountable to the harm that they've caused. And it's not an easy thing, but that's where healing happens. And so I really wanted to share that today, because I do uplift that and I share that vision, as oftentimes I think we have Kiyam'd our way into this mess, and it's time to start talking about the hard things.
Thank you, Wyoming. So when you talk about taking responsibility for your actions and making things right, that in my mind, not being in this field myself and just learning about it more deeply, that's kind of like what restorative justice is, right? It's making things right, taking responsibility, and doing it with support the way it used to be. So I kind of wanted to ask, what are some of the specific things that some individuals have done to make things right? Like, what are some of the innovative approaches that have come out of circles, Does anybody want to answer that? Dorothy? They're pointing at you.
Thank you. I guess restorative justice, for me, it's always the individual taking accountability for the actions that brought them to our circle. And so that's what we try and promote, is the healing and the accountability. Rather than just punishing them, we want them to take the onus and work with our community as well. And yeah, that's basically what our restorative justice and also sentencing circles have tried to accomplish.
Some of the things that come out of the...
Yeah, like really specific, how do they make it right?
So there's a lot of, not only is there accountability, there's a lot of apologies. Like when we talk about making things right, that is probably one of the most things that I've seen come out of it, because when we have circle, and very rare is the other party involved. When I say the other party, I mean like the person that has been harmed. So when that individual, and when individual or individuals aren't or just are not ready to be a part of the circle, then usually what we'll do is we'll have a surrogate, or I'll fill in that role and provide information that is being brought forward by the person that has been harmed in a situation. And it doesn't make it any less successful, but I think when we've had them where there was a victim involved, the circle just seems more stronger and more where the accused can actually see the impact that their actions have done or have caused. So, but one of the most recent circles that we had that was very overwhelming, I think, for us all, was when the victim verbally and in the circle had forgave the person, the other individual right in the circle, and wished more good on her, and for her to the other individual to continue on the path that she was on. And I believe her exact words were just like, take care of yourself, and I hope that you can do what you need to do to come back and take care of your children. Like, the outcome of that was very it was very heavy, but I mean, you could feel the heaviness in that circle just lighten right up. And that was, for me, that was what was meant to happen in that circle. And that fear that they may have felt was gone, and now both parties can be able to navigate and go, come and go in the community without feeling that shame, like with one not feeling the fear of running into this person, and the other person not feeling the shame of running into that person's family because of their actions. So when we left that circle, that was gone. And that was a good feeling. So those are the things that we strive for. Those are the things that we want to come out of the circle. And it was good. For me, it was good.
Thank you. Judge Kreitzer, Wyoming, do you want to speak to this a little bit, or? Okay.
I guess some ways in which we've gotten really creative in our program is, yes, of course, there's apologies, and we've even gotten creative with that if letters need to be written, if the victim doesn't want to be involved. But I think another big, huge factor of restorative justice is the reintegration piece and how the individual feels as though they're still a part of community. And if not, how are we able to help that individual be feeling like they are a part of community? Because that's huge, because I think shame keeps our people from coming home, and we got to kind of veer kind of away from that. And so the ways that we've done that before is, if part of our process is, if you're going to give back, there has to be a community give back as part of their plans. And so the ways we've done that is folks have helped out in community events. Folks have gone out and sat with elders, helped elders, whether that's chopping wood, mowing their grass, just anything that needed to be done at that point. We've had situations where people have donated to our community agencies, like such as Food Bank, and if there needs to be any kind of restitution process, if there was vandalism, if there needs to be, because often a lot of people don't get restitution back. It's really hard to get in the court system. And so we kind of integrate that piece in as part of our plans as well. And so if someone, a window was broken, okay, then what's the plan moving forward that you're actually gonna help pay back this window? So we've gotten creative with that. We've worked with social services agency where if someone's on welfare, well then they're gonna give $10 from their check, and it's gonna keep going and keep going, because you do have to be accountable to that plan. You have to be accountable to actually repairing that and seeking it through. And so those are just kind of the ways that we've gotten really creative with that.
Thank you, Wyoming. Judge, if you have nothing to add to that, I can move on to the next question. Yep, okay. So the next question is regarding banishment. So there has been increased discussion around banishing individuals who commit harms and engage in criminal activity in our communities. What are your thoughts on this? Who would like to speak first?
So, in regards to that, it's been a heavy topic for a long time, and it's always it's always a tough topic to talk about because of the, I don't know what I'm trying to say, but because everybody has their own input on these discussions, and or what was the question? Sorry.
So banishments, what are your thoughts on that?
Oh, so the thoughts on the banishments. So the banishment process is a part of our drug and gang strategy, but I always tell people that the banishment process is not something that is done just because you know, we get all these reports. The drug strategy is meant to be a part of our restorative justice program, or restorative justice process. So individuals that live that high risk lifestyle that may involve like the gang activity, the sale and the use of the drugs that are coming into the community. Our first approach to those situations is to try to gear them towards allowing us as a nation to help not only the individual but their extended family and their families. That is always our first approach. The banishment process only comes in at the end where an individual just refuses to allow us to help them. It's only if they refuse to allow us to help them get to a better place in their life. That is only when the banishment process comes in. If an individual continues to hurt the community, continues to hurt people within the community, continues to live that high-risk lifestyle and not want to acknowledge that they need assistance, then that banishment falls into place. I don't agree with it but sometimes, you know, that can help them. One of the part of the question is that I'm looking at, you know, like the experiences and what my thoughts are, and does banishing people help address the community safety issues that arise? Yes, it does, but at the same time it doesn't, because it's a continuous cycle. If it's not that individual, it's another individual, and everybody that lives that high-risk lifestyle, they're usually connected, especially if they are living in the community and they're maneuvering through the community, like they're going from place to place to place, right? So a lot of work has been done to be able to address that, and I've always mentioned that we didn't just start the process of the drug and gang strategy just recently. This started years ago, when before crystal meth, before all of these hard drugs started coming to the community. It started when we were dealing with marijuana users and prescription pill users and sellers, because when we started it then, we first saw what was coming, and we wanted to be able to have something in place. And over the years, that strategy had developed more and more so that it could fit the needs of the nation. And one of the roles as you know, frontline workers and leadership is to protect the community, protect the people. And a lot of the questions, when something happened in the community, before we started trying to figure out how we were gonna address all these things that were happening that were hurting people, like the overdoses, the deaths, the violent offenses, the home invasions, the apprehension of children, all of these things that come with that lifestyle. When something happened in the community, that question always popped up was, what is leadership gonna do, or what is justice doing, or what is FRP doing? And at the time, there was no answer, because we didn't even know how we could address this situation without, because already that time we already knew, well, if it goes to the courts, then usually, like with the drug charges, you get released on whatever, right, conditions and stuff like that, and then nothing gets resolved. So then we're just waiting and following, waiting and following for the next court date, the next court. And then sometimes, like I've seen drug charges come through the alternative measures program, and then, sometimes they're not really how, it doesn't end how we expect it to end. So when we started developing the plan, and it wasn't a plan that was just developed by just a small group of people. When we started working on the strategy itself, we went out to community. We went out, we visited with everybody. We visited with people that were living that lifestyle. We went to the correctionals. We visited people that weren't afraid to say, yeah, we are part of the gang, and yeah, this is what we do. And some of the questions, we had questions for them. And they had questions for us. And one of the questions that I always asked was, well, what can we do? How can we stop you from doing what you're doing? What's it gonna take for us to get you to quit? Or how can we help? All these questions. And one of the responses we always got was, keep doing what you're doing, because no matter what you do, there's always going to be something somewhere, or somebody doing something else somewhere. It's always going to change. But if you keep doing what you're doing, then at least you're sending that message. Then at least you have something in place. And one of the guys that's banned from our community, and I always talk about him because I always use him as an example, because I'm proud of him. He was a gang member. He was one of the higher ranking gang members, and he knew that what he was doing was wrong. And that day he got sentenced, he was actually sentenced for the activity that he was doing. That was the day I delivered his banishment. it was actually in court, and I told him that when you return home, you can't come back to the community. And he knew that he was going to go to jail. I did work with him, even though he was going through all of that, and even though he was in custody, and up to his sentencing. And then I went and sat with him in the back. I delivered him his banishment notice, and I told him that he couldn't come back to the community anymore. And he thanked me. He said, "You know, Jolene, if you weren't on my ASS," he says, "about everything, then, you know, I wouldn't be here today." He said, I'm done, I'm ready to go. And I don't think I'll come back to the community. He said, because this is where I'm weak. He said, this is where a lot of my triggers are. This is where a lot of, you know, things that I went through as a child is from this community. And I don't know if I'll ever be able to get to a point, to a healing point, if I'm in that community, if I'm in the community. He was, it'll always be my home, but I think I'll do better away. And he went to jail, he served his sentence, and he did not come back. And he still chooses not to return. But when he does need to come into the community, he'll call and he'll get approval, because he is still banned from the community, and he knows that. But he'll call and say, well, I need to come for, you know, whether if it's a family thing or a ceremony or even a funeral, he'll get a hold of leadership and let them know that he is coming. And he's not the only one that I have spoken to. I can't even remember off the top of our head how many people from the community are banned. I think about 30. About 30, and maybe half of them are not band members, and the other half are band members. So out of those ones that are band members, there's probably about 5 that will not come back because they're just not ready. But that door and that opportunity is there for them to reach out and say, hey, you know what? I want to come back to the community. What can I do, and how can you help me? So just because they're banned does not mean that they have to stay away. We have that reintegration process, and that is another form of restorative justice, and you know, identifying what they need to do and how they can repair the harm that they've caused, and how much they're willing to do. And it's a lengthy process, so it's not like, okay, you're doing this, you can come back to the community. There are steps to returning back to the community. So I guess what I'm trying to say is the banishment is the last resort. It's not always something that we run to when something happens, because first we want to identify and try to help people before we get to that point. But when they do become banished, there's a process to come back. And then, so in the end, it can be good and it can be bad. There are people that are still banned, that still live that high-risk lifestyle, that are still in the community, that are staying underneath, away from the spotlight, and still continue to hurt and harm the community and the people within the community. And that's a whole other, because they're banned, there's, we don't, right now, I believe RCMP don't have to enforce our bylaws, and we don't have a system in place to enforce the bylaws and the BCRs. But the other route that I've taken as somebody that works in the court system is the discussions with our judge and the discussions with our Crown prosecutors to be able to put conditions on release orders that they not be in the community. So that is, I guess, an avenue that we've had to use, because RCMP cannot enforce the bylaws and the BCRs. Unless anyone has any more questions, I guess. I think that's all I can share on that for now.
I just want to say that there are a lot of thoughts to this issue that we have on banishment. There are some people that don't agree with it, but then there's some that are, you know, supportive. And what I always think of is my own home, Like in our community, that's our home, and we need to feel safe. And when I think of my own home, I wouldn't want anybody, any family member coming into my house, bringing drugs, having parties. And so your natural instinct is to protect yourself and your other family. So I would kick them out. But with this banishment, we have a 3-strike deal. We don't banish right away. There's a first, a letter that goes out to the offender, and we give them a chance. We want to talk to them. We want to help them. We offer all the services that we have within our nation. And then when they continue that lifestyle, there's a second letter that goes out. And that second letter, we bring them in and we talk to them, and we still offer all the services that we have. And then if they still continue, that's when this banishment comes in. And once they're banished, they have an opportunity to come back. We don't just kick them out and just leave them out there. We help them. We still maintain contact with them, and we still want to help them. It's not that we just kick them out and just leave them out. We help them. We try and offer our services wherever they are. And also, in one question it says, does it help the community safety? It does, because when we started going into our court system with, we had a pile as high as this, just for our court dockets. But now with this, I'm not sure if it's helping, but we have piles that are only about a few pages in a court system. That's our docket. From this pile to this. And it's helped, I think, for our community, for the safety of the people of our nation.
I don't have much to do with it, other than I just take the direction from the community. So if the community's identified a person that should be banished, then my thought process is that if they're going to be out here, they aren't eligible for banned housing, they can't get assistance, and so they have to live in a house where somebody will let them stay, and if they get caught, everybody can get kicked out, and it just creates a whole lot of problems for a lot of people. So for me, it just seems like, okay, you guys can't be out there until knowing that you have this whole system that they've got set up where they've been warned, they've got all of these options, and they're still allowed back in if they can work their way back in. It just seems very fair to me, so I'm okay listening to the community. The other thing I wanted to touch on very quickly is you had mentioned about the lack of restorative options, and a place like Onion Lake, compare that to Lloydminster, and the restorative options that you guys have developed and your leadership has developed out here is outstanding. In Lloydminster, if I was going to get somebody into a detox, it could take me months. So I have to tell somebody just to, try not to drink, and we'll get you into detox. Whereas out here, it's like they can be into the transitional trailers tomorrow, into Ecoskeet the next day, into long-term or family treatment. There's all these different programs that you've got going out here, the work program, the education program, the justice program that's working with all these people. It is for me, it's like a beacon of restorative justice. I think you guys do a tremendous job.
I guess maybe just the one last comment I'll have in regards to maybe what we already didn't hear, but I guess in terms of what I think about the banishing is I just continuously always go to, if we banish an individual, they're going to end up going to another community, and then it becomes another community's problem. So it's kind of a hard question to answer. I don't know if there's a proper answer, but I'll leave it at that. And I think just like maybe my wrapping up comments, just really briefly, is I hope to leave the message that restorative justice is so important to start implementing in our communities, because that's intervention, it's preventative work. I always continuously go to, we've lost enough of our people and we can't lose any more. And so I think if we had a process in place, a justice process in place in our communities, we're seeing high numbers of our youth that are coming into courts. And I went out and visited a justice community out in Kenora, Ontario. And the way that their justice center model is that everything from ages 12 to 24 gets filtered right through their justice center. There's no, it's just the way it goes. I truly hope that you guys look into their justice center. It's incredible. They're doing incredible work. But then I keep continuing to think, if we filtered all of those matters through, and if we're able to catch an offense on the first time, then the hopes is that we're not seeing them the second time, the third time. We're not seeing them as adults. You know, we're hoping to intervene and correct that behavior. And just one last thing I'll share about what I heard from our Cookums engagement session in Kihiwin. Part of their, I guess, input, they said, we need to bring the willow back into the courtroom. And I was like, okay. and I wasn't sure if they were serious, like bringing, like, and I was like, is this like metaphorically? But there's so many teachings involved in that, and we do have our own laws. We have our own ways. We have our own code of conduct to live by, right? And I just think that we need to continue to revitalize those, ensure that we're continuously telling our members, our community members, like, yes, like you broke the code of so and so and so, but you also broke Pastahuin. You also broke our law of Wagotwin. You also broke the law of honesty and truth and humility, and there's so many things that encompass that, right? And so I just think that it's time that our communities really, really, really take over what justice looks like for them, and so that we continuously leave our footprint on what we're doing to think 7 generations ahead, right? And also 7 generations previously. So I think I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Wyoming. I'd like to thank our panelists, our audience. So for me, I've been working with the Treaty Governance Department for quite some years. I started off as a researcher, and amalgamating with the Justice Department is something really recent, so I always love to hear more about the work you ladies do. I find it's beautiful what you do, and some of the stories that you share, like I just almost wanted to cry, Jolene, with one of those stories here, and I told you that. So to wrap this up, is there anything anybody wants to finish with, or anything left unsaid? Yeah, we have an audience question.
That's a really great question. And the CFS has a part of their, where they do what's called a pre-trial conference. And it's, the way I run it when I'm running them is it's a sentencing circle. And we get around and we go around and try to come up with solutions. So it's I would say it's bleeding into that. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, and a lot of times what I've found when we do those is the social workers are working, no offense to masters in social work, they're speaking in social workerese, and the mom or the dad don't speak that. And so it takes, if we can get into a circle and sort of start communicating and we can get a better idea. And then sometimes we find out, well, here's what the real problem is, and there's actually still a solution, and then we can still work towards reunification of the family. So I think everything that has to do with the circles are very helpful. No, the children usually aren't, because it's a pretty traumatic kind of experience. It's more the parents and the social workers and sometimes extended family like cookums, and or you'll have uncles and aunts that'll come in.
Thank you. Do we have any more? Yes, we have another audience question.
We live on the Sask-Alberta border. The court workers only work with Saskatchewan, not with the Alberta court system. Also, another question here is, have Gladue report writers in Alberta. They're well suited, well situated, and they've got all their ducks in a row. Saskatchewan is more individualistic, and we don't hear of the Gladue report writers in Saskatchewan. As a certified Gladue report writer, I could only write for Alberta, but it has to go through a judge system. Why is that?
That's always been, yeah, in regards to the Gladue, I know we've always had our struggles, and I think it's because there's just no real monetary group, I think. I think it all comes down to there's no real department in Saskatchewan, not like there is in Alberta, to be able to fund Gladue riders. So while we're on that discussion, one of the things that so we have the Gladue factors that come in in pre-sentence reports, and they do help, but one of the other things that we like to do is include Gladue in circles, because you know, everything that comes to circle stays in a circle. And I've talked to people that have had their there are people that have had reports done in Saskatchewan. I know I've done a couple interviews, but they were privately hired writers, and I've done the interviews, and they're pretty heavy. I've sat with clients, like community members from Onion Lake, that have sat and met with Gladue writers, and I've sat in those interviews with them, and they get pretty heavy. And one of the things that I noticed that came out of those interviews was a lot of, like a can of worms was opened. And so when that Gladue writer comes in and they open up this years and years and years of buried trauma, they open it up with their questions, and then that individual is left with, well, now what? Now you've opened up a lot of things that I've shut down, and what am I supposed to do with that, right? So the Gladue is good, but I think there needs to be a better way at the end of those interviews to help. And I know because I've worked with people that have had to go through that. I've had to intervene and help them find a way to be able to deal with what they had to relive within those reports. So when we talk about Gladue, I like them to come out at the circles, because following the circles, there's always that plan in place for that person, whether it is the accused or the victim. We always try to ensure that a plan is put in place and follow-ups are done, and that they get the services that they need and the supports that they need. So I think at the end of it, I think there's just no real funding for Gladue riders in Saskatchewan, and there is no real like for a Gladue rider. Say if Dorothy needed somebody, and we were going to do a Gladue for her in Saskatchewan, who would pay that Gladue rider, right? We don't have the dollars. Our department doesn't, but I don't know where in Saskatchewan could we get the funds to be able to pay a rider to do a Gladue report on an individual, unless we really look. I know there's something to do with FASD. There's a department with the FAS department, I think, in Saskatchewan that does Gladue riders for free, depending on that person's background, if they were FAS or whatever, right? Whatever background they come from in regards to FAS or mental health. So I know that there is a department like that. I think they're based out of Prince Albert? Maybe Prince Albert, I think. But that's what I know on Gladue. And then in regards to the court workers in Saskatchewan, yes, we are only able to represent people in Saskatchewan, but if we have, when community members come and they say we have court in Edson and wherever, then we'll connect them with the right people so that they have those supports in Alberta. So we'll do all that legwork for them so that that continued support is still there and they're not left not knowing what to do.
We have a legal aid lawyer, Marcel Laflamme, who is yes, but he's very proactive, and he's got a couple places where he can get Gladue reports done up, and the legal aid services pays for them. But because it's a limited resource, he really picks and chooses ones where he thinks it'll be super helpful. Whereas, I mean, they should be for all, and they are super helpful when they come in. They're very impactful. I would say I thought I came here with open eyes, and then I started reading Gladue reports, and I realized there's so much more that I didn't understand. So they are super helpful.
Thank you. My name is Albert Angus. I first of all want to commend all these presenters here, the difficult work that they do, and obviously you put in a lot of work to develop policies, procedures, and decision-making criteria and so forth. And from what I hear, you've been able to help so many people that can be helped. I just wanted to zero in a little bit about banishment. I drafted these two pieces of legislation for East Ban, and the approach I took was that there has to be rule of law. The chief and council ought not to make the decisions about banishment. They create the law, whether it's BCR or any kind of legislative authority that they provide, and then everybody else deals under that legislation. Now, in this instance, for my work I was doing, is that there has to be rule of law. Whereas, first of all, the necessary evidence that needs to be presented to, let's say, a justice of peace person. I even wrote that justice of the peace person would be created by ban legislation, not by the province. At least there is an independent body to say, yes, there's enough evidence for this to proceed. And then it can proceed from there to the next steps. And And I was attending band council meeting in Thunderchild, and in attendance was the officer in charge, the RCMP from Turtle Ford Detachment. And I asked him, you know, I've been working with a lot of bands, and RCMP just simply does not enforce BCRs, you know. Well, why is that? And he says, it's not the RCMP, he said. We can lay charges under BCR laws all we want, but it's the provincial and federal prosecutors who won't prosecute them. That's the reason. Because I was drafting this law, and it comes to a point where a decision is made by an independent body, not the legislative body, the judicial body, if you want to call it that, to continue with the process until a decision is made whether it can be banishment. And then there's a list of a list of matters that the Justice of the Peace should consider before making a decision whether his or her recommendation would go to the next step. And then you have the part about enforcement. And I was talking to the RCMP. I said, look, you're dealing with drug people. You know, they're dangerous. And there's a potential of violence to try and kick them out. Yes, I know that if somebody, you know, like in a divorce, RCMP will be there to make sure division of property is without any violence, right? Why not this? Why don't we have RCMP deal with that? I do not believe the RCMP always say it's not our jurisdiction, it's a civil matter. I don't agree with that. Quite frankly, their jurisdiction includes protecting the people based on safety. You know, safety, you know, from criminal activity is their jurisdiction, and they're refusing to, you know, enforce these kind of laws that people would want to do. I know of a recent case in Ontario where there was a BCR and the prosecutions refused to prosecute it, and they hired a lawyer to do a private prosecution on that law and took it to court, and the judge agreed. They banished that person. First of all, she wasn't even from the community that was banished and was banished. So the law is very, very slow in developing and recognizing under what legislative authority, you know, is going to be sufficient for the courts to start recognizing there is this authority to banish people. And I was talking to the RCMP officer. I think, you know, we spend a lot of time developing and drafting these laws, all kinds of elders meetings in support of the community supports it, and then we go to referendum to pass it, and it's passed, only to be disappointed that our prosecutions will not even prosecute this one. Where do you begin? Well, the RCMP couldn't answer that. So I recommended to the two chiefs, one might do it. First thing is have a meeting with the director of prosecutions and bring in the chief RCMP officer into the picture. Let's discuss this. Because if it was a right for the community to have their laws recognized and prosecuted, I think that that workers like you would have an easier time, you know, following a system where you're going to get cooperation from the RCMP. You know, those are just thought I'd share these thoughts. And there's two ways bands try to enforce their legislation. One is by BCR, and the other one is to draft a law itself with a rule of law, you know, included in there, and it's passed by the people. The one passed by the people and by referendum is much stronger than band council resolutions. Although band council's resolutions, like what I hear that you describe it, will work too, so long as you have, all the judicial people involved, prosecutors, legal aid lawyers, yourselves, to see that it's the right thing to do. Restorative justice is the right thing to do. And then there are probably some who will follow, your processes, your services, and the whole bit, and eventually you get some success. But look at so many First Nations who don't have people like you, who don't have legislation. I know Onion Lake's been working on the justice system for a long time. And they're just not going to let it go. It's going to have to be continuously be developed and so forth. But the whole thing, my comment is only about banishment, because I don't know anything much else about the work that you do. It's that banishment thing that bothers me, is that the RCMP and prosecutors will not cooperate. Thank you.
Yep. So just before we end for supper here, because supper is waiting for us, I do want to speak on that a little bit. So what Onion Lake is you're right, it's a challenge getting the RCMP to enforce our banishments and some of our other bylaws as well. So the bylaws that we create are under the Indian Act, right? And you're right, first a nation voted on piece of legislation is a lot stronger, and when something goes to court, the judge will follow our law. So it's a lot of work. I know we've done a lot of work, but there's a lot more to do. And so getting that justice law in place is one of the big things that we're working on. But another thing that we have recently implemented is getting a police commission set up so that we do have that body in place that is legislated under provincial law to follow what the police commission says. So when you look at other jurisdictions like with RCMP, if they have a police commission in a community, they have to work with that police commission to sort of serve the community's needs. And that was something that Onion Lake was lacking, but that is something that we set up this year so we can better work with the RCMP. And bringing it back to the treaty discussion, it does say in treaty that the RCMP are put here on our lands to assist us. And so part of getting them to enforce our laws it's treaty implementation. That's what it is. I believe, and another thing that we are looking to do, we are working on, we're just getting the pieces in place right now, is having that judicial commission. So that would be part of the adjudication piece. We do have a good judge willing to work with us here, but we don't have our own, top authority to be able to make those determinations.
Alrighty. Well, thank you very much, Justice, and the panel too as well. Give them a nice round of applause. We had a say so we're gonna we still have to dance out the flags that we have here in the Eagle staffs. So we will do that first, and then we will once we're done that, so we can have the whoever's available, if we can get you to help with the Eagle staffs, where are you? Come and help. Come and help grab these Eagle staffs so that we put them away in the right way for tonight. Skapewak, Astamik. The flags, Minoke, in the back. If we can have somebody grab those two as well. Megwats, while the Uskapewag are grabbing the Eagle staffs, this evening's entertainment, the same they're going to be setting up for tonight. High Limit, and for tomorrow, same wapage, keep maito anu 8 o'clock pipe ceremony, matansi uksetes payo. But if it does, that's what time we'll shoot for. We still have a few more issues and topics to be discussed for tomorrow. Brad, Michael, Janice, Pepix, still topics for cows and a bit to go through. And that is the agenda for tomorrow. So Iguan, I think the staffs are good to go. Oh, we still got. Oh, yes, one and 4. All right, Boysak Nigamuk. Nawagu Magantik, it's been a very informative day today for Fort Pitt Treaty Gathering. Kya pit sa semi nawapage kap may toya. And today having been a significant day, September 9th, 1876, kakimasna mewiya treaties. 149 years ago. Hi, thank you very much. Egwa. I think we can just about go and eat, but before we do that, we need somebody to bless the food. I believe we have roast beef that's going to be available to us, Caesar salad, dry meat soup, bannock. Oh, I can't remember everything else that they told me. I was just trying to go from memory, but that dry meat soup is going to be good. So Scott Bewak, if we can have you guys kakikis ksama hoyak for the blessing of the food. They're bringing in their equipment right there. I don't know. We've been trying to clean up on the fly as we went through the day, which is good. You can see it. It's not dirty. All right, so the blessing of the food is going to take place here pretty quick.